Regularly scheduled public meeting of March 18, 2024 of the Township of Washington Township Council. Adequate notice of the meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by the Township Clerk to at least 2 newspapers in January, and this meeting has been posted on the Township Bulletin Board, electronic message board, WCTV, and on the Township website. Please notify the municipal clerk for any disability requirements necessary for attendance at council meetings. The fire exits are located through the double doors to your right and through the door on your left. Please silence all cell phones. Could everyone please stand for a salute to the flag? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Here.
Councilman Sears.
Here.
Councilman Omen.
Here.
Councilwoman Velez. Here. Council President DeSena.
Here. Let the record reflect also in attendance Mayor Peter Calamari, Township Administrator Mark DiCarlo, Township Attorney Ken Pollard, and Township Clerk Susan Witkowski. Payment of bills, resolution number 24-191, authorized payment of bills March 1st, 2024 to March 14th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? We good, Ms. Holman?
Yes.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. PSA for March 18, 2024. The Township's second annual Spring into Wellness 5K Run, Walk, and Health Fair will be taking place on Saturday, April 27th. Please visit our website for further information and sponsorship application. The Township of Washington is launching a Hometown Heroes banner program as a living tribute for our community to honor past and present members of the armed forces. If you would like to sponsor a banner, please visit our website for further information. 2024 animal license renewals were mailed out in late December. Please note the $25 late fee began on March 1st. Please register your animals. New Jersey counties, in partnership with the Department of State Division of Elections, are actively seeking residents to serve as poll workers for the upcoming primary and general election. Please visit our homepage to learn more. The Township is seeking members for the Advisory Board of Health and a Public Affairs Director. If you are interested, please contact the mayor via email at mayor@twpofwashington.us. On Wednesday, March 27th at 1 p.m., the Superintendent of Elections will be at the Township demonstrating the new voting machines in the Senior Center. All are welcome to attend. As a reminder, our cable channels are 77 on Optimum in the Township and Westwood only, and 24 on Verizon Fios in many Jersey towns. The next special council meeting will be held on Wednesday, March 20th at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Council President, if I may,
Yes.
for the Hometown Hero banners, the deadline is April 1st.
Okay.
So,
So the Hometown Hero banner deadline is April 1st,
yeah, so that we can
2024.
have them printed in time for
Right.
Memorial Day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, do you know if they're running late or
I just texted him. He hasn't answered back yet. He
maybe they're on a call or
he said
something?
there's an outside chance they might get an early call also, so.
Okay, so
we'll just work around it.
At this time, we were supposed to have a presentation from the ambulance corps, but they are running a little bit behind, so we will, what's that? No, that's Mr. Stickle. So we'll, if they get here, we'll just suspend the reading and we'll go to the ambulance corps presentation if they do have the time to arrive tonight. Administration follow-up report.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. This is my follow-up report from the Town Council meeting of March 4th, 2024. There was nothing to do any follow-up as far as resident concerns or questions. Council concerns and questions. Councilman Ullman asked if the cost of the master plan can be funded through a capital expense. I spoke with our financial advisor. According to the Division of Community Affairs, NJSA 4.53, the expense of a master plan is considered an operating expense and cannot be funded through capital. We do have the following three options. One, fund the whole expense of the $85,000 through the budget. fund a fifth of the expense, which would be $17,000 through the budget, and create a special emergency resolution for the balance to be paid off over 5 years, or create a special emergency for the entire amount and defer the funding till 2025. Councilman Ullman requested the supporting documents for LoSAP and the bids for the recycling and vegetative waste. All the documents were provided. Councilman Casio requested that we look into a sinkhole in the property of 604 Ridgewood Road. The sinkhole is from a tree that was removed from the county several years ago, and the remaining roots are rotting, therefore creating the sinkhole. This should be the residents' responsibility. However, the DPW will fill the hole as they've done so in the past. They were just waiting for some drier weather. I did not check up today to see if it's done. I will do so. At the time of the report, I didn't have any township project updates. However, today I did meet with engineering, Councilman Sears, and Anthony Mattina from Mattina & Sons Contracting over at the location of the commuter lot to discuss some of the landscaping restoration that was due some of the residents that were disturbed from our sidewalks and our, taking down some unfortunate trees along the border of the homes on McKinley. We had a good meeting. We're hoping to start the landscaping, the fencing, and the paving within the next few weeks as soon as temperatures become above freezing consistently. And Council President, thank you. That's the conclusion of my report.
Thank you, Mr. DeCarlo. Do we have a cost for all that additional work at the community lot?
It's all within the bid.
Oh, it's included in the bid.
Oh, yeah, the
It's not a change
landscaping
order.
restoration, no, it's not exceeding the bid amount.
Thank-
No change orders.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Mr. DeCarlo's report?
All I can say is that the resident did send me a text of the sinkhole that was filled in, so thank you very much for doing that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. General public comment limited to 5 minutes. Do I have a motion to open the public comment period?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Would anyone like to come up this time and address the council? Good evening, Mr. Stickle.
Council President. Bob Stickle, 191 Walnut Street, Township of Washington, New Jersey. I'm just back here with the taxes again. The school board came out with a preliminary budget. And again, our taxes are going up in the township. From what I could figure out, because it's not fully published yet. Based on the tax rate, we're going to go up another $201 on the average assessed value. Just to give you the background here, like I've said before, the last 4 years, 2021, the Westwood went down $67, it went up $15. 2021, 2022, they had a lot of savings because of COVID the previous year. Westwood went down $73, we went down $14. 2022, Westwood went down $240, we went up $287. 2023, 2024, Westwood went down $443, we went up $277. So if you just take the last 3 years, roughly we're up $700, $800. I don't know how much they're going down, but I'm going to figure it's going to be in the $300-$400 range. So
It's a huge difference, Mr. Stickle.
yeah, I just urge that we get on the same, when you decide on this reassessment or reevaluation, whatever they call it, that we do the same thing as they do the initial evaluation and do 20% every year. So we're on equal footing with them. I'm not going to stand up here and say ours is going to go down after we do that, but hopefully we won't see such a huge discrepancy because, believe me, I know you're working hard to save money in municipal budget, but the school budget's 67%.
Correct.
The school budget, the town budget's what, 12%, 13% or whatever. So,
So after last meeting, we were advised that the county had asked us to do this 2 years ago. So we've made it a priority to get it done this year. Our tax assessor will be on Zoom shortly to go over our options so we can make a decision in the municipal budget of how we're going to proceed. So we will have an answer tonight of how the council would like to proceed. So yeah, we did lose out on probably $800 worth of savings in the last 2 years because we didn't do it 2 years ago. So, but we're going to make a decision tonight.
no, I understand that you're making a decision because it's our hands forced at this point. But
Yes.
last meeting, maybe I misunderstood some of the conversations of, I don't want to save $30,000 and not be doing the same thing Westwood's doing.
Well, I believe our assessor, Mr. Mayor, is it correct that our assessor is the same assessor as Westwood, or is she the Hillsdale assessor?
I think Westwood also.
Also, she
She's
can
Westwood.
find out exactly what they're doing tonight. That was one of my questions,
Yes.
is I'd like to be in, because one of the residents had reached out and asked if we could be in sync with the rolling 20%. So this way, it'll stay equal, because
Exactly.
we'll be in sync with that.
That's what I would like.
That's
to
what
see
you're
also.
asking.
I was a little concerned by some of the discussions.
We were just looking at all the different prices came out. We were just trying to figure out how to do it,
My point is, I don't want you to be,
We won't be.
penny wise, dollar
We will-
foolish,
we will-
that we're saving
No.
$30,000 this year, but 5 years.
That is not my intent. I can't speak for everybody.
I don't.
But I would like to
But-
hear her ask, see how we could be in sync with Westwood at the 20% rule.
And I would just like to know, like, when we get this bill from Westwood to pay, like, who's checking the formula? I'm not saying there's anybody making a mistake over there in the business manager, but,
It's a huge disparity.
I've seen him do some government math when they put the SLEOs in the schools. Says it was going to cost people 8 cents for $350,000. We need about 30,000 homes between Westwood and, so, I think someone really has to understand that formula, either the CFO or the tax assessor, whoever job that is, and make sure, go check it, it's correct. I know when I submit bills to towns, believe me, they look them all the time, fine tooth comb sometimes for $76. So,
You're absolutely right.
I mean, we're talking millions of dollars here. So that's the only thing that, I trust that you'll all make the right decision to the taxpayer, but I think that's the most pressing issue right now.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Would that be within? Council President?
Yes, Mr.
I know we've been trying to get the formula from the school on how they calculate hours, and as far as I know, we haven't got it. But I have a question for Mr. Powell. Do we have any legal action to go against this raise that they're giving us? Is there any way that we can challenge it?
Not that I'm aware of off the top of my head,
Can
no.
we appeal our school bill is what you're asking, right?
Yes.
Mr. Sears is asking if we could appeal our school bill to put it in.
I'd have to look at that.
Because I've read a lot about this, Mr. Pollard, and I can't believe that a township kid sitting next to a Westwood kid, it costs us so much more to educate the same kid that
Right,
the
I
town,
understand.
they're in the same class.
right.
I know a lot of school districts have taken up this subject and failed, but
Yeah, I think that's true. I'll take a look at it, but no answer for tonight, that's for sure.
okay.
All right, thank you.
It's something you can get back to us on.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, that'll be perfect.
Any other discussion on this subject until our
Yes.
taxes? Yes, Mr. Earl.
I just, would that be something within the purview of Lurch Vinci?
That's what I was going to ask.
Do they have the ability and the knowledge base to assess the funding formula and offer an opinion on if it's correct or if it needs to be reevaluated and corrected?
And if they're not the right person, if they could push us in the direction of who the right person would be to make that evaluation.
We can certainly ask them, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
They do a lot of CPA work for large school districts, that's on their CV, so
Okay.
they obviously have the knowledge.
Oh, they're the Westwood School District, or we believe. Okay. All right. Any other person, no one else in the audience? Is there anyone on Zoom that has their hand up?
No.
Council President, I got word from the ambulance, they'll be here momentarily.
Okay. If there is no one on Zoom with their hand up, we'll give it a second. I was asked to give him a second. Is there still anybody with no hands up?
Where's the laptop?
Nope. Motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
If we just give Mr. Greco and Mr. Fox a second to get here. Mara said they were arriving momentarily.
To be honest, I don't know what their idea of momentarily
We'll
means
give it,
versus
if not,
ours. so maybe
if that's not
they
them
can wait
opening
a
the
few
door, if
minutes.
that's not them opening the door, we'll go to Sarah,
Okay.
if that's
No,
okay.
Sarah's not in, not yet.
No, Sarah's not here yet?
Not in for conference.
Oh, okay.
That looks like.
Here you go.
Here they are.
Greco.
They're here. I see Mr. Greco now.
Yellow.
Good evening, Mr. Greco. Good, yourself?
All right. All right.
Is Mr. Fox joining you or are you by yourself?
For some reason, we thought it was 9:30, so I don't know if he's gonna make it in time, so,
Oh, you thought you were coming in at 9:30?
yeah, so. That's all right.
We put you on early so you can get out of here early, but.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I just got in, so that's why I'm still dressed like
Fine.
this. Well, it's just that I wanted to update the, not just me, but the Corps, I wanted to update the LoSAP qualifications and the points.
Okay.
Because when these were first introduced and developed, we were basing it on 60 hours a month on riding time, which just does, each individual, which does not happen. You know, now we're riding 12 hours, trying to fit it in where we can. Everybody does whatever they can do to help out. So that was one of the reasons. Then there was another one that there was people that were more or less abusing of the privilege. They were, you're supposed to, the LoSAP points were supposed to be for gained by going through all the categories: riding, drills, meetings, functions, all kinds of stuff like that. Maintenance on a building, cleanup, all kinds of committees. And they weren't doing that. They were just doing it all based on one group, basically the CEUs, the extra credit points that we needed. So we stopped that. We condensed it down and made up different categories, and everything is listed. I don't know.
Yes, we have the listing.
You have them all. That it's basically just to bring it up to date and be more in compliance with the LoSAP.
Now, is this in compliance? Are the surrounding area ambulance corps similar to what you're asking to adopt, or you don't know?
Don't know. And good.
They're all different, Council President.
Yeah.
But are there any that are
Everybody,
stringent at 60 or? are
Each
they more-
ambulance corps actually made up their own rules and regulations
Oh, okay.
for LoSAP.
Yeah.
You know, and I believe these are 30 some odd years old.
Yes.
And I did talk to Mr. Greco last week and this week to go review the points and what they're doing to, we all know what the state's doing. It's
Yes.
actually crushing the ambulance corps,
That was the next
volunteer
one.
ambulance corps group. So with his modification, it's putting more members in the loop.
Okay.
And LoSAP was actually developed to generate more participation in these groups.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry,
No, that's
Mr.
fine.
Greco,
That was the next step that I was
I
gonna,
wanted to be, so you know that.
yeah, it was just, it was meant to help. And it was at points that.
So right now, it's hurting you more than helping you.
Exactly,
'Cause
because of the
30 years.
restrictions, you know, and this hopefully will add, I mean, every new member that comes in, they're most like these younger kids. Tell them to try to do what they can and try to keep current with the Corps. And the older members are doing that as best they can. But unfortunately, our average age of the Corps is like 60. So, it's getting kind of tough. And then the state is not making it any easier with their rules and regulations. And unfortunately, I think volunteer eventually is a dying breed.
What is the state mandating that's creating this environment where it's becoming harder and harder to recruit and retain?
Right, thank you. Right now, there's actually, there's a shortage of EMTs in the state of New Jersey.
Correct.
Okay. And that is partly because they are so aggressive in their classroom attendance. It's like 270 hours. And it's all done at 4-hour clips. at night. I mean, they probably have it during the day, but most of the volunteers are
At night,
night people.
they have to work.
Yeah, so, but takes 6 months, and it's two or three Saturdays for on-site work, and drills and stuff like that. It's just very, very, very difficult, very difficult. And to keep up with your EMT certification, you have to take CEU classes, continuing education classes. Now, I don't know if you all know, but I am actually a retired registered pharmacist. I have to get more CEUs for my EMT license than I do for my pharmacy license.
Wow.
That's scary.
Yeah. So, but I think like Councilman Sear said that it's they're looking to go get rid of the volunteers and go, paid or private, whatever. Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Has there been what has been the success in these other ambulance corps that have adopted these changes?
I don't know if they all have. You know what I'm saying?
Is it a new change?
Like I said, there was every corps, like Westwood is in better shape member-wise than we are, but that's so they don't have as much of an issue with manning the schedule.
But are they closer to 60 hours or closer
I
to
don't
50?
know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I would say the 60 hours is
Unrealistic.
Yeah.
unrealistic.
I think also with mutual aid within our
Yes.
Pascack Valley, certain towns, well, I know one town hired a full-time EMT, and not to cast any dispersion on any town, but they seem that they will not come into the township anymore. And it's, unless we respond more to them, I believe that's the story I was told.
Oh, yes.
And now it comes to a point where I think changing their LoSAP will probably generate more interest, even though the hours are unbelievable for their training.
There,
How many current EMTs do we have, Mr. Greco? Is everybody on the path to becoming an EMT, or
No.
we just have?
we have mostly older EMTs, and there's actual riding EMTs that I would say maybe at most 5,
Oh, wow.
10 maybe, but we have plenty of people to man, to man a rig. All the high school kids and a lot of our newer members, our older members are EMRs, they're emergency medical first responders. They're not as strict on their training as an EMT, okay, but they can do CPR, they can still help at the scene. So there's a couple of different routes that they can go. We've got a couple of nurses that are EMTs as well. It's getting harder and harder.
So by us correcting your LoSAPs, it should generate or create a better interest within our volunteer ambulance corps.
Yes.
So has the Corps made a decision that everybody amenable if this was put to a
Yes.
vote today?
Yeah, it
Is
was
this-
voted on
So
for
you
us
just
to
need the
change.
if the council was to take a vote tonight to authorize these changes, which I'm not saying we will or will not, that'll be up to the council to decide if we make a motion to adopt these changes. But if we were to adopt these changes, we wouldn't be throwing them down, and then all of a sudden it becomes a problem
No.
between the Corps and the council saying, well, you adopted these and we don't want these.
No. We went through a few meetings that we had to say that we needed to approve, that we needed a committee. We formed a committee to change whatever we could, figure out the best way we could do it. Then we presented those changes to the Corps, and everybody approved, at the time, approved it.
It was okay
at the
with the
meeting.
15 hours versus the 60.
Yeah, exactly. And it's,
This is basically how all the LoSAP procedures go through.
I just don't want to, I don't want to.
No, I know the direction you're going.
Yeah, I don't want to ram something down the court's throat and then
No,
say, well, you guys did this to us, you know, they're asking.
No, I don't think that'll happen.
I just want to confirm, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No, that's,
Any other discussion, ladies and
There's,
gentlemen? of this?
it's just kind of cut off on our paper here. It says past 11. I can't read that, so I'm just wondering if that's the meeting.
Oh, in the
you
top
held.
right-hand corner.
Yeah, I believe that, I was
When-
told that was when they had their internal meeting was that
And
day.
that's
Yeah.
when they passed
yeah,
it
yeah.
on your end?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that, so since November, basically, they've been on board for the change.
oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's just that, various reasons, who couldn't get here, who wasn't around,
Of course.
that kind of thing.
I'd be in favor of making a motion tonight.
I would
accept-
second that motion.
To accept the LoSAP changes, unless Mr. Ullman has another question.
Well,
I just heard.
I have just a
Okay,
couple.
go ahead, Mr. Ullman, I'm sorry.
So for category 2, which is the training, you had indicated that there was a heavier reliance on the CEUs to meet the total points, and that you were trying to eliminate that, or I guess reduce that.
Reduce that, yes.
But-
Because just to explain the reason behind that, we had a few members that were not riding, were not attending meetings, were not coming to any of the town functions like the tree lighting or Memorial Day parade or the 9/11 services. And they were getting all their 100 points just by online reading, and staying home and basically not really helping us.
So my only question is, and maybe I'm not reading this properly, but it looks like it's going from 10 to 20.
Well, let me see, I'm not even sure.
Are you talking about?
Category 2 is.
I'm looking at the second document.
Yep,
Well, if I could speak with,
this is Bob Fox, he's a trustee.
Good evening,
He
Mr.
was
Fox.
president last term.
we put a maximum of 20 because, as Eugene said, people were getting 80 points just from taking CEUs. We tried to put a greater emphasis on riding. That's what we're here for.
Sure.
To be in service.
Yep.
So if that answers your question.
I guess I understand what you're looking to achieve. Just in reading the document, and again, I could be misreading it, but I'm looking at the second document that has the strike-throughs, and it looks like the maximum points granted, it was 10, and it's now 20.
Honestly, I think that's an error because we were getting whatever CEUs you got, that was added onto your LoSAP. So.
Or could it have been you originally wanted to make it as low as
I'm looking
10?
at that also, and that's an error. It was not a maximum of 10. It was
I mean,
whatever you earned.
some of these classes, research, like your EMT research is a 3-part exam and a test, and that's like 30-something points. So, it's not just a 10-point situation. So you're right over. So it would be a maximum of 20. However, if these other classes evolve, then you're okay. It's not an issue.
So you're saying that 10 is the error?
10 is the error.
10 is the error.
But now we're going to make it a total of 20, so you can't go for 80 CEUs and get full credit anymore.
Right,
Exactly.
exactly.
There's a cap on many.
On each
things.
category, it looks like you
Yeah.
cap
Yes.
them all, so you can't just jump into one category and say, I fulfilled my obligations on
And
one category
That's
and
basically
remove the
what-
riding. Yeah.
Yeah.
you sit out the whole year because you got your 100 points, which in January, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Which technically you could do before we put the
Before-
cap points in.
But
for
it's
this
not
list.
helping the ambulance corps
No,
for
because,
being in service.
Right.
Yeah,
not the rate, yes.
yeah.
Right. Our mission is to keep that ambulance in service.
Yeah,
And If there's a reward for riding more, so be it.
That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
My niece from Hillsdale will appreciate this.
Not to get about.
My EMT niece from Hillsdale will appreciate this because she's always here when she's not in school.
But I mean, the state requires us to do a certain amount of CEUs. And if you go over and above that,
That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
fine. But we are required. So that requirement is still there. But we're putting a cap on the yearly points.
Yeah, so it's not going to supersede the state requirement. It's just going to supersede your LoSAP requirement saying you can't.
For
Right.
what we want to do.
What is the state requirement for CEUs for,
I'm sorry?
what is the state requirement for those CEUs per year? Is it biennial?
It's
Is it annual?
3 years. You have to renew your EMT every 3 years,
Mhm.
and you need 24 CEUs.
Okay,
Plus, the
good test.
recertification is 3 8-hour modules, which is 24 CEUs, but those points cannot be
You
used
sorted your,
for your
Right.
for your electives.
Well, that's exactly it. They're called core classes.
Mhm.
They got to be taken no matter what. Then you've got to do 24 CEUs, extra credit type of thing.
Okay. Mr. Ullman, any other questions?
I guess if we need 100, if not wait, excuse me, if a individual needs 100 points to qualify,
Mhm.
is the 30 points in responding to calls, is that a big enough driver to get that behavior?
That's what we're looking, that's why we put it in that way. We're looking for that to more like Bob was saying, more emphasis on responding, more emphasis on riding. So that it kind of like pushes everybody to
Ride.
ride.
So again, and if this is clear to everyone,
No, we can.
category 1 is the riding, and it's going from 40 to 30.
Again, yes, I believe it is. I'm not sure exactly where it is on my papers, but that again was based on was 60. Based on you had to ride a lot more hours. We try to reduce it so that it would be more advantageous for other people to ride, everybody to ride, get their points.
But I guess if you're capping the max for riding, which I'm assuming is category 1, wouldn't we want that max to be higher? Wouldn't we want to allow people to get, the most points through riding if that's the behavior we want to sort of
I
encourage?
see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say yes, but it's not, riding is the hardest part of the whole thing because you don't know. Right now, we're looking for, if you call me up and say, Gene, I'll ride tomorrow night for 2 hours. I'm not on the schedule, but I'll ride for 2 hours and I can get a crew together. I'll put it on and then you'll get credit for it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put it that it's like, if you made it too low, then you would not, I wouldn't have to worry about riding those hours. I can get it somewhere else. So that's why that one's the one of the hardest areas to maintain.
You're in a tough spot trying to balance everything because you don't want to scare people away that you need too much to ride.
Exactly.
So it's a tough thing to do.
If it's depending on a new person's situation, I can only ride 4 hours once a week, then so be it, and we need that. And then that way, but I don't want you to tell me that, Gene, I'm gonna ride 60 hours in a month, which will put you at double what the minimum is, and then not come to anything else.
That would hurt you.
Yeah, you know,
You're
the
looking for
riding
balance.
works,
You need a balance.
but you need a balance. You know, I mean, just like you guys, you have to be in attendance at your meetings in order to get anything passed, you know, or to know what's going on with the Corps. So that's where we're trying to push everybody to attend the meetings, to attend the town functions.
So Mr. Fox and Mr. Greco, as presented and adopted at your November meeting, you guys are comfortable if we pass this tonight, implementing the new LoSAP? Would they, when would they take effect? Would they take effect?
Council President?
Yeah.
Can I interrupt for 1
Sure.
second? You have to actually change the ordinance, is what you have to do.
Okay.
You can't adopt it tonight, you have to change the ordinance.
So we have to make a motion to change the ordinance, Mr.
No, just tell me and I'll change the
All right,
ordinance.
so we'll take a vote on whether the council wants to change the ordinance.
Right.
And then once we change the ordinance, then we will relay that back to the ambulance corps, I guess? We'll go see, yeah. We'll pass it here, yeah.
Retroactive to-
Would it be retroactive to this January, or would it take effect, could we retroactively pass it to January 1st?
I think it could. I think.
It shouldn't be a problem.
It shouldn't be.
I don't think it'll be a problem. You did it with the fire department.
So, and can I ask, from an administrative perspective, is the ambulance corps presents their LoSAP calculations to us. Is this clear from an administrative perspective that it could be validated? Who checks this?
I don't want to use a name necessarily, but someone does. And if they have any questions, they'll reach out to Ken or anything like that for clarification. Hopefully it's just plugging in different amounts, that the wording isn't changing too much, but maybe just.
Yeah,
the
if you
amounts are
notice
changing.
on our sheet, it's what's crossed out is what it was existing, and then it's just a short, we shortened up a lot. We got rid of a lot of stuff, a lot of words.
But I would think maybe we do a dry run in October or so, and see how it's working, make sure ambulance and us are on the same page. That way, before it comes to December, we know we're on the same page.
Any other discussion? I'd like to make a motion that we instruct Mr. Pollard to change the ordinance to adopt these LoSAP comments presented by the ambulance corps tonight.
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman DeSena,
Yes.
you get it. Councilman Sears.
I'm sorry, where were we at now?
Motion to change the
Yes.
ordinance. Councilman Sears.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Say yes, please.
Yes,
You want me to
yes,
take
yes.
it?
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. So Mr. Greco, Mr. Fox will take this, will officially adopt it once we get the revised ordinance at the next meeting,
Okay,
and we'll get back to you.
very
But
good.
it's gonna, the council already took a
Hopefully we'll
motion.
get more volunteers,
Yeah,
but
hopefully this will help with the volunteers.
Yeah.
I will say it was nice to see a big turnout at your event.
At the event?
Yes,
it was
to
good.
see a
And
lot
to
more
see-
people.
And that was, those were, the new members were high schoolers and college students. And we've got a couple of college students that, and every time they go, and then come back because they're local, somewhat local, Rhode Island, Penn State, that kind of thing. They come home for just a few days and they'll ride.
Wow,
Nice.
that's great.
Yeah, and then when they're on Christmas break, they ride the whole time.
That's great.
Good.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fox, Mr. Greco, for your time. Appreciate
Thank
you
you
guys
for
taking
Thank you very
that
much.
time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take it. Have a good night, guys.
Me too. Thank you.
Ordinances adoption, second reading. Ordinance number 24-03, an ordinance establishing required inspections for lead-based paint and rental units within the Township of Washington. Resolution number 24-192, authorizing second reading and opening a public hearing for ordinance 24-03. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Motion to close public hearing for ordinance 24-03. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
That's going to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. They wants to
I'm sorry, discussion?
For the public.
Would anybody in the public like to discuss the ordinance establishing requirements for lead-based paint and rental units in the township? No one in the audience on the dais? Any discussion? No discussion?
No one online?
No one
No
online?
one's online.
Okay.
Motion to close public hearing for ordinance 24-03. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Sorry.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Motion to adopt ordinance number 24-03 at second reading by title.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Ordinance number 24-04, an ordinance establishing requirements for privately owned salt storage within the Township of Washington. Resolution number 24-193, authorizing second reading and opening a public hearing for ordinance 24-04. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Any discussion on privately owned salt sheds? Anyone in the public? No one on Zoom, correct? Nope. Anyone on the dais? Motion to close public hearing for ordinance 24-04.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Motion to adopt ordinance number 24-04 at second reading by title. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Ordinance number 24-05, an ordinance amending the fee schedule for recreational activities administered through the Office of Recreation. Intro to cheerleading max fees. Resolution number 24-194, authorizing second reading and opening a public hearing for ordinance 24-05. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Any discussion from the public? No one in the public on Zoom? No one's on Zoom? Any discussion on the dais? No discussion. Motion to close public hearing for ordinance 24-05. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Motion to adopt ordinance number 24-05 at second reading by title. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Ordinance number 24-06, an ordinance amending the fee schedule for recreational activities administered through the Office of Recreation, Summer Recreation Camp Program max fees. Resolution number 24-19, no, hold on.
195.
Yeah, 195, authorizing second reading and opening a public hearing for ordinance 24-06.
So moved.
Second,
Second?
roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSenza.
Yes. Anyone in the audience? Seeing no one in the audience? How about Zoom? No one on Zoom? Any discussion on the dais? I would just like to thank the mayor and Mr. Scuderi for promising our residents that we would have 1 week of closed registration for Washington Township residents only. So summer rec will open for township residents only for a 1-week period, correct, Mr. Mayor?
Correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to close public hearing for ordinance 24-06.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Motion to adopt ordinance number 24-06 at second reading by title. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Roll call?
Any
Second.
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 Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Oh, we don't have the 20 days, okay. Individual resolutions, resolution number 24-196, emergency resolution, ordinance 24-06, summer recreation camp max fees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Roll call?
Can I ask?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ullman, discussion?
Yeah, just why are we doing this as an emergent resolution?
Summer camp opens, I believe, April 5th.
5th or 1st?
Is your microphone on, Mr. DeCarlo?
I think it's actually the 5th.
5th, okay, I lose track, so. Yeah, typically, they don't like to change that date too much because it confuses the residents, because they're used to that same opening date every year. And so especially if we want to give them preference, we like to lock it into that date as close as possible every year.
And the 20 days would be, if we adopted it without the emergency, it'd be 20 days too long.
Correct.
When does it open?
April 4th, 5th
I think it's the 5th.
The opening of.
of registration.
Of registration, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilwoman, oh my goodness gracious, I'm sorry.
I just see it myself.
That whole roll call is wrong. Councilman Casio, Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. I did tell you it was.
You did tell me, you were just like 24 hours too late.
Resolution introduction, first reading, none. Resolution consent agenda. The following items have been determined to have their unanimous consent of the council and will be enacted in one motion. Should any item require independent consideration, any council member may have such item removed from the consent agenda. Does anyone have any resolutions to be removed from the consent agenda for discussion?
24-204.
204, okay? Any others, ladies and gentlemen? So we are making a one unanimous vote for resolution number 24-197, authorize refund of boys lacrosse registration fee, Chiavelli, in total amount of not to exceed $155. Resolution number 24-198, authorize refund of boys lacrosse registration fee, Hannah, in the total amount of not to exceed $155. Resolution number 24-199, authorize refund of girls lacrosse registration fee, Luna, in the total amount of not to exceed $130. Resolution number 24-200, authorize release of performance guarantee, block 2109, lot 5, Dugan, in the amount of not to exceed $1,000. Resolution number 24-201, authorize refund of performance guarantee, block 4506, lot 54, in the total amount not to exceed of $2250. Resolution number 24-202, authorize refund of performance guarantee, block 4102.01, lot 5, in the amount of not to exceed $950. Resolution number 24-203, authorize the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with the Borough of Westwood for teen night for the term of January 1st, 2024, terminating December 31st, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Omen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Resolution number 24-204, opposing Assembly Bill number 4, Senate Bill number 50, proposed overhaul of the Fair Housing Act, FHA. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, so where did we get this from, if I might ask?
Mr. Fowler, do you want me to explain?
Yeah, you got the motion, you got the resolution. I mean, I can say, I believe it's Mrs. Serdanian, right, is who did it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and it came from another clerk, in another town where their attorney had gone and done this more detailed, opposition to the bills compared to what we had done already. I shared it with Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell thought it was a very good resolution,
Yeah.
definitely more
Yeah,
detailed.
I will say and I heard that, it's.
They passed it today, right?
I think his name's Sanamian or whatever his name is. He's kind of one of the leading attorneys in the state for the municipalities and fighting the fair share organization that goes after all the towns. And I think that I've read it. It makes some excellent points. It doesn't. The laws that they're throwing out there is not protecting the municipalities for lawsuits by builders, even if they do comply. I think it also doesn't recognize that there is a big difference between undeveloped towns and fully developed towns. I mean, you take a town like Washington Township and you start putting, a number of that you have to build or allow 400 or whatever the number is units. The prior situation allowed for the vacant land adjustment. You heard that phrase before. And I think Mr. Burgess mentioned it when he was talking about the master plan. So I do think that they need to work much harder on getting a fair bill. And I think this resolution is much more detailed than the original resolution, which also took the same position, but didn't explain it nearly as detailed as this does. July of next year, all new rules come out and, everyone's going to be faced with this situation all over again that we had last time. We came out quite well last time, but, another time, unless the law allows for adjustments for towns that are fully developed and protections, it's going to be a problem.
Any other discussion?
They keep moving the goal line.
Well, they've passed
Yeah.
passed the act today, and
Give it
it's
time
got
and they'll change
detrimental
it again.
effects to all of us. And
They're trying to squeeze.
So this has already been passed.
today it was passed at lunch, right after lunch it passed.
So is this,
Should we still adopt this, Mr. Pollard, even though this?
Yeah, it was passed this afternoon.
Yes.
I would still send it anyway.
I would still,
Yeah.
we
I'd
should
go on
definitely
record.
have our name.
I go on record.
Yeah,
Yes.
it did pass today.
Yeah, because they pulled it off, then they put it back on. So
Correct.
I think it might still have meaning to send it.
Okay. Any
And
other?
they might amend it. They might decide that some of these points are valid, and they can always amend it. It's just not the end of it. Doesn't have to be the end of it all.
We should definitely be, in case anything gets
Yeah, I think
grandfathered or
grandfather, we
anything,
should pass it.
let's absolutely pass it.
Any other discussion on the days about this? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Absolutely.
Councilman Sears,
Yes.
Councilman Ullman,
yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes, ma'am.
Council President DeSantis.
Yes. Motion to adjourn to the conference agenda.
So move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next special budget meeting of the Township Council will be on March 20th, 2024, beginning at 7 p.m. Conference agenda. Ms. Holdig is online now, or is she not online yet? There she
She
is.
is.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
good, how are you?
Good. Okay, so I understand we want to touch base with the different options for revow versus reassessment.
Yeah, so one of the questions that came up was, how do we put the township in the same,
On the same footing.
on the same footing as Westwood? Because it's been brought to our attention that they're doing the 20% of the rolling assessments, right? So which
Yes.
option best fulfills that and gives us the best for our residents.
Keep it
Right.
Level
Yes.
playing field with
We
the
want to be
school.
on a level playing field because
Okay. Yeah, no,
Mr.
understood.
Stickles' numbers are dead on. So unfortunately they are, but
Right.
there's a big disparity between our taxes and their taxes for the school board. So the second question we had this whole day is who determines that the formula that's used for our school taxes versus Westwood school taxes, is that done in your office or is that done by somebody that we can to make sure it's being done properly? Is that done by our auditor? Do you know, like who would audit that to make sure that we're paying?
Right. Yeah, I do not have a hand with formulating tax rates. The only data that is pulled from my office is the total aggregate, which is equalized. I'm not quite sure how the formula, what exactly is in the formula aside from the equalized value from my aggregate. But other than that, I wouldn't want to mislead with any answer when that's not quite my field. I think it would be a great idea to have whatever data you can get for both Westwood and Washington and for previous years to really analyze to see where the differences are within the formula to see where, why there's a disparity with that. As far as their reassessment, for Westwood, we're on year 9, so we're in the second cycle of the multi-year reassessment. I think that is the way to go. You're maintaining 100% each and every year, capturing what the current market is. I would suggest either option, was it the 5-year option, the complete reassessment followed by a 5-year or followed by a 4-year. The only differences with that is going to be you get 1 extra year of service. Of course, it's going to cost more at the end, but you get an extra year of service opposed to just the 5. It would be the 6-year total.
We could do 6, you said, right?
Correct. Right. So that's the option.
Does that start the original 20% in the 6th year? Like right now, let's just say we're going to go 1 to 20, 20 to 40. Everybody knows how to divide by 5, but I'm saying, would you start the people that got done this year, would they be started again on the 6th year then? Would that be the cycle?
So it's not necessarily works out that way. Sometimes you end up being in the front end of it opposed to how early you were inspected on the first year. It's just all depending where you're falling in there. Maybe you have to be a sale property to be pushed you ahead of time to be inspected a part of that 20% cycle. The first year, again, 100% gets inspected. Years 2 through 5 or 2 through 4, whichever option you go with. It just depending, where you end up in that cycle. You may end up in year 3, you may end up in year 4, but everyone will be re-inspected.
So would you recommend the 5-year cycle or the 6-year cycle?
I mean, the positive, the 6 years, you get an extra year of maintaining that 100% and keeping with the market. So I think
that's a big benefit to us versus.
Absolutely.
Just for the record, Mr. Corcoran has just joined us. I just want to put it on the record. Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Corcoran.
Good evening.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So Sarah, where is Westwood on their cycle right now?
We just entered year 9. So we're on a second new contract. We're on year 9 total.
Okay. So with the second new contract that started this year for them?
Their second contract started in 2022 tax year. So yeah, we're on year 4 or 5 of the second cycle.
So if we would have started this 2 years ago when the county asked us to start, we could technically be in cycle 3.
We still would kind of be behind because Westwood did 100% in 2017, and then they did 25% 4 years, and then this second cycle is 20% for 5 years.
That's my question. We only have to do 1 complete, and then as long as we continue to do 25% or 20%, we can continue to roll that forward. We don't have to do 100% again.
That is correct, and that's the beauty of it is you're really just paying what we call a maintenance of it. That's why it's such a lesser amount for each subsequent year, opposed to starting from square one and outputting the $200,000 and some to do 100% again.
No, I'm just
The,
seven plus 2 years of being at 100%.
the 230 is the baseline for the full reassessment. And then for a 4-year roll, it's 60K per year.
Correct.
I thought, and I can't put my hands on it, for the 5-year, what does that 60 go down to? It was nominal, I thought.
Yeah, it went down to 55,000 a year. It's nominal savings each year, but you do get an extra year of maintaining that market.
But in order for us to have a competitive edge and keep the school taxes from increasing so drastically at such a big disparity, the longer we can keep it at 100%, hopefully the more beneficial it is to our residents, correct?
Right. At the end of the day, the goal is to be as close as possible to 100% market value, keeping the values consistent with the market.
That's why Westwood automatically went to a second cycle once they
Right.
did the first cycle.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other questions on the days for Ms. Colvig?
Sarah, one question. I know you answered this before. Do you have any direction or understanding on how the school calculates why Township pays more money than Westwood?
No, I do not. The only part of the formula that I'm aware of and that I have a hand in is the aggregate value that gets equalized, and that's pulled directly from, it's the total aggregate value of the town that gets equalized by utilizing the ratio. The other portion of the formula, I do not know. As mentioned, I don't formulate tax rates.
That's coming right off the county tax rolls, the tax rates for that.
And that was my second question. Is it coming off the county tax roll?
The school taxes are basically a bill sent to you from the county, right? Or from the school board saying this is what you owe.
Right. The school board would have a hand with that. Maybe someone could help us with that understanding of the exact formula to give a better insight.
I'm very leaning toward the 100% with the 6-year maintenance plan because it keeps us at 100%. It's unfortunately it's going to cost us money to save money, if that makes any sense.
In the long run.
In the long run. Yeah.
Yes.
But if we could see these savings, if we start seeing any savings rather than the adverse, we always get the increases, they always get the massive decreases. So anything to help us, I think is warranted at this point in time.
And it's, school tax 67%.
67%, yeah.
That's huge. So when we see a big increase, it's oftentimes to the schools. I'm not saying they don't need it, but that's where we're seeing a big increase in our taxes.
So I my preference is why we have Ms. Holbig. I would prefer to go the 100% with the 6-year maintenance because that gives our residents the best ability to rein in these costs.
Yeah, we need to.
Because you get the $5,000 savings over the 4 years, so you're saving $20,000. So that'll go toward the 55, and so it's only really costing you 35. If you do it the other way, it's costing you 60 a year. So you are saving a little to save for that 6th cycle. It's still a big, expensive proposition, and that's unfortunately what we're gonna have to deal with.
We have one other
Mr. Allman's
question.
got a question.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, somebody was talking to the edge.
In the reval option, it's discussed that a overhaul of the township tax maps must be done. And I think at the time, there was a number thrown out of possibly up to 100K. Do the tax maps need to be redone in this option?
No. When you do a reassessment, that's not required.
So the numbers, the 230 plus 60 or the 230 plus 55, that's the all-in cost.
Correct.
One more comment, please.
Yes.
Let's also be reminded that we do not want to be forced by the county while we still can hold
Absolutely.
control.
Yeah,
We
'cause
wanna
the
make
county
sure
would do a full revaluation, which would then incur another $100,000 in cost for the tax maps roughly.
And any fees
And any
that
fees
would
that
be
the county would
associated
impose,
with.
right?
it. So if we can do this without county interference.
Yeah, we need to
I would-
control these school taxes. They're getting out of hand, you know?
Not to say that the schools don't need it, but it does need to be.
No, we just
If it's
gotta,
a shared
Yeah.
service, then let's make
Yeah.
it a shared
Even-
cost.
Yeah.
I do think, and I appreciate Mr. Stickles', comments but do we know, like, what, and not that we shouldn't do it, because we are, we're probably going to get, to your point, Councilwoman, the county is going to come in here and tell us to do it. So we should do it while we have the option to move it forward. I think, though, that, we should really understand what the potential impact is, because we're looking at this like, oh, our school taxes are going to go down.
no, I don't think we're hoping they go down. I don't think it's a guarantee. I think I asked Ms. Holbig this last time,
Yes.
that it's a guarantee that our school taxes go down.
Right.
Hopefully the disparity between the raises of their taxes going down and ours going up balances out more. It's more consistent between the two municipalities. But I don't think we're going to see the $450 reductions. But it may stop being, hey, ours went up 280s and theirs went down 480. So maybe ours went up 10 and theirs went up 10 or something.
Long term, we'll see more of
In the
equality.
long term.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, their denominator is a lot bigger than ours, and they have a lot more ratables than we do. And, they have a lot more to go around than we do. We're stuck at, 3,300 whatever homes with, they've got a big business district and all that pays a lot of taxes that we don't have.
Well, the way this COA thing's working out, we may have more than 3,300 homes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Is it ordained, or is there an ordinance, or how is that school calculation created?
That's the same question that we've been talking about. No, but I don't know how it was created. I think the answer is that we should, the Vinci firm is going to know that pretty easily and know also what the procedures would be if you could challenge it. But they're the ones that are really into that, and I'm sure they can give us the information on that. There's no ordinance. I believe it's probably well, I don't want to say what it might be, but I think we have to go to the source, and I think the source would be to go to to Gary Vinci's firm.
Mr. Allman, there's a lot of surrounding districts in our area that have sued each other for this funding.
Yeah.
It's a set formula by the Department of Education. So it's just, it's set by them.
State mandate.
It's a state mandated formula. And a lot of our local school districts, in adjoining towns, have gone to court over this formula and lost. Some have thought they prevailed and then they end up losing in the end. But there's a lot of history on it if you read up on it. But it is, from what I've read in the suits that I've been able to look up online, it's a state mandated formula for the district.
Okay.
It's not like the borough. It's not like the Board of Education is setting the formula. It's mandated by the Department of Education.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Ms. Holbig.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Doing it again for the second time.
No worries. Thank you.
I think it's a third time.
Third time.
Well, I was only here for two, so thank you for doing. Third time's a charm.
It's right.
Definitely happening tonight. So
Thank you. Have a good evening.
have a good night. Motion to enter into closed session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
We're coming back
Yes, I was.
for the budget?
Yeah,
Okay.
council will reconvene to the public once the closed session matter is Resolution number 24-205, update pending litigation from Mr. Pollard. We have a motion from Mr. Cassio, right? And
Yes.
a second.
No, motion from Mr. Sears.
Mr. Sears and second from
Councilman
Mr. Cassio. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We will go into closed session. I just gotta, if we could take a quick little.
Sarah, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Thank you, Sarah. So finance tax assessor assess notification 4-01-20-150-460, 2750 requested, 2750 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So, second.
Any discussion?
I'm okay with it.
I'm sorry, who was doing this?
Mr. Cassio and Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much. And it's the 2750.
Yes. Oh, we're
Yeah.
waiting for discussion.
Just to bring council back up, it was tabled last time because there was a question as to whether the postage what price amount was included in the 2750, and Ms. Holbig confirmed that it is.
It is included.
It is included. It's not accounted for in my admin postage line.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
I second it.
We're in discussion right now. So.
I'm done discussing. Jesus. What else is there to say? It's required by the state. Postage is the postage. Stamp and stamp.
Any discussion?
No, sir.
Mr. Allman?
None.
Roll call?
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
And Council President DeSantis.
Yes. Finance tax assessor appraisal services 4-01-20-150-500, 10,000 requested, 10,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion?
I guess my only question is, it really wasn't spent in 21.
But this is where we just discussed
Right.
leaving it.
So it just, that's gone up 10 grand in the last 2 years. Not that I don't want to fund it, but
Are you looking for a little explanation?
no, not really. This was just interesting.
I think unfortunately, it's like insurance.
Hopefully, you don't have to use it or roll over to surplus next year.
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
Nope.
10,000.
Can't see Mr. Allman's face within the monitor.
No.
We good? Roll call.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Ullman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSantis.
Yes. 2024 reassessment program. 4-01-20-153-201, 230 requested, 230 recommended. I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second, is that the 6 years?
That's what I was just going to ask Ms. Holbig. So is that the 6-year amount, Ms. Holbig, or is that not the 6-year amount?
Yes, that would be the amount that would be for the first year, the
Okay,
230.
so it doesn't matter. We would just, but we want to just make sure we enter into an agreement or go out to bid for the 6-year option, correct, council?
Yes.
Is that correct, council?
Yes.
Is that,
Yes.
so the 230 is an estimate?
We have to go bid for it, yes. Hopefully, Ms. Holbig will get us a cheaper number.
There's no state contract?
Well, Ms. Holbig, did you have a conversation with our QPA? She had informed me that there may be actually a contract or a co-op for this. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did speak with her briefly. I sent some sample contracts that I found from other municipalities from when they went out to bid.
We'll follow up with the council. And let you,
So there may be a state
there
contract.
may be, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll let you know.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Any discussion? I'm just happy that this council has taken the directive to get this done after waiting 2 years to get this done. So I'm thankful for that.
Are
Roll
we going to keep no, we can finish this line,
Which one, Mr. Ullman?
the assessment, the 230.
The 230, where's
So we-
230K.
Right, Councilman.
Yeah, 230,
Yeah.
yes, we're gonna keep the motion was to, the 230 requested, the 230 recommended.
And then we didn't get a second. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought you guys,
I thought
We did.
I made a,
We got
yeah,
sidetracked with
it was
the question.
myself and, yes.
so, yeah.
Roll call.
Councilman Cassio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Yes.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSantis.
Yes. All right, we're gonna, Ken stuff we'll skip, Mr. DiCarlo. We'll get to the firemen since they've been waiting patiently for us.
Thank you, sir.
So that's okay with everyone.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Me too.
So we're going to page 33, which starts the Uniform Fire and Safety Act. First one is, are we doing fire prevention also with the, or no? We could, is that okay?
It's only 2-1.
Yeah, so fire prevention, outside consulting, 4-01-25-264-320, 18,600 requested, 18,600 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So
I'll second it. Any
I'm
discussion?
sorry, one second,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
what
We're on
page?
page 33.
33, okay. Okay,
264-320.
I got it. Thank
So
you.
18,600 requested, 18,600 recommended. A motion's been made, it's seconded. Any discussion on the item?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Sears said first. So.
Why the big increase? $3,000.
Salaries are 18,572. 2 inspectors and a fire official.
Were we missing somebody for the 2023 period that it came in?
This is
Or are we
consulting.
missing a payment, Mr. DeCarlo?
So no, there was, if you remember, there was the fire prevention officer and then 2 fire inspectors. It went down to only 2 employees, portion of the year. But the work still needed to be done. So we were, the line was only shared between 2 people at a certain point rather than 3. That's why you only used 15 of the 18.
So are we going back to 3 people or are we staying at 2?
We're staying at 2, but the same amount of work needs to be done. So that the person that's the fire prevention officer will also receive the salary of the fire inspector.
It's proportionately more time he's putting in.
So are they employees or consultants? Because is this salary or is this?
Is this an hourly rate or is this a
This,
stipend?
I consider this, no, this is their employees.
I don't understand.
The description is a
Consulting,
little-
I'm getting confused.
It says consulting on the line, that's why.
Where?
But, I mean, per se, even though the director's here, we're getting into salaries, which I think you wanted to
I
hold
guess,
off on.
okay. Then we
I
should-
assumed it was consulting.
I thought it was a
Yeah,
bill from somebody.
This just came out.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what I
no,
thought.
but, yeah. So, I mean, if the line is coded incorrectly and they are salaries, then we should table it.
Because the proposed increase is 2%, like, most of the other salaries from the 18,208
But is
to
it,
the 18,600.
is it an outside contract or are they township employees? I guess that's the first question we have.
They're township employees.
So we should table this because we're not doing any salaries at this time.
Take off the motion in a second.
Yep, take it off. Okay, I thought it was paid outside like we just,
Yeah, based on
we
the
got it.
description, that's a fair assumption.
Fire prevention miscellaneous expense, 4-01-25-264-500, 4,500 requested, 4,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So,
Second.
Any discussion?
again,
What are we anticipating there? In terms of an increase?
Last year, it was expected that the state was going to change the codes. That never happened. He said, the fire official that I spoke to, it's expected to be done by the summer of this year. When that happens, new books and a program update will be needed. Fire prevention material is needed for an open house later this year. There's an arson class coming up this year, and it's a cost of $900 per person. He's hoping that himself and the other inspector can go for that class. And he also wants to purchase a couple of gas meters for them to have walking up in inspections, as well as a couple of radios. Nothing overly expensive, but it all adds up. It also should be noted that the fire prevention brought in over 13,000 last year.
I was going to ask, that's all set, right?
Excuse me, before we go any further, can you guys just tell me who's here so we have for the record? For the fire
Oh, I'm
department,
sorry.
please?
Bill Billius, fire director.
Zach Miros, Fire Chief.
Frank Aiello, Deputy Chief.
Chris Campo, Battalion Chief.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this?
Is this a self-fund?
Yeah, Mr. Billy said he brought in 13,000. I don't have the exact, I heard you say 13, I'm sorry, I didn't get
No,
it.
It's approximately 13, give or take a dollar.
So I guess my question is, do they have access to that full 13?
No, it goes into the general fund. right?
revenue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm okay with the 4,500. Any other discussion?
The Enforces, is that the system that would be updated?
That is the system he uses. Yeah, so I'm not 100% what the code program is. Yeah. I'd be lying if I said that that's exactly what needs to be updated.
Okay.
But he was expecting it to happen last year, which would have been an added expense, and, that's why he didn't use the full line. But he is expecting it to be done this year.
Okay. Any other discussion?
How long is that certification good for? No, I don't. Hopefully that code's good for a couple of years and we don't have to spend on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened quite a few years.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
and Council President DeSena.
Yes. We're going to skip the director because that's a salary. We will go to fire department 4-01-25-265-210. Requested 700 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Or should you move it, Mr.?
You can move it.
Oh, yeah.
He's allowed to move
As long as he
it.
recuses
Yeah.
himself, okay. Any discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
Can we cut it by 70?
So we budgeted at 700 based off the amount of printer ink that we have been going through over the past couple of years. And over each year, the printer ink is getting more expensive. And right now we're running, 3 printers and a heavy duty copy machine that we're running bulk copies out of. And then it's just a general pens, any other necessary office supplies that we may need over the course of the year.
And also you increase your inspections, your inspection sheets. You now have a working boat that needs to be inspected. You have other, well, they would need it to print out the inspection sheets.
Oh,
They do it on a Monday morning, Monday evening. So that increase would be needed for, the boats, the special tools that are in. They will have to be checked. So I can see the increase.
It's $30 increase.
I mean, it's not a breaker, but you do 2 sheets a night and you boat. And then you have the pickup truck. So that's another added sheet to be printed out, to be checked. So I would keep it at 700, Mr. President.
anyone want to entertain Mr. Allman's request of reducing it to 630? So the motion's for 700. Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Ullman,
No.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department dues, meetings, and conferences, 4-01-25-265-250, 1,000 requested, 1,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
I was going to ask, I guess in the 2021, it was only 250. Is that because of COVID-related non-travel expenses? And we didn't use it?
I cannot answer that entirely. I don't recall what was going on, but that could be one of the things for that.
Seems like it's a fixed fee for the,
It's for the
Yeah.
Valley Association.
yes.
So it's fixed, okay. Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department SCBA Fit Test Calibration 4-01-25-265-270, 250 requested, 250 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Is there a reason why it wasn't done
Yeah,
last
that's what I was
year?
gonna ask you.
The machine didn't need calibration at the
Oh, is
time.
it a 2-year calibration? Is it a 2-year calibration?
Well, it's every year, but the machine was, I don't want to say damaged. It wasn't working properly, so it was out for service.
Oh,
So they just covered
when they
it.
serviced it,
They covered it in the service cost that it didn't come out of our funding.
What happens, it gets passed around from department to department, and we actually need to recalibrate it and test it when we get it. So it might go through all Pascack Valley
Oh,
within a couple of months, and then we wind up that, you know,
It's a shared item?
yeah.
so it's a shared service thing.
It's a
that-
shared- it's a
So when it
shared
ends up in
device.
township, we have to calibrate it if it's not calibrated recently.
Correct. Well, we may get it,
Calibration cost through the whole valley, and that's
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a
Yeah.
contractual.
right.
Oh. Any other discussion, gentlemen and ladies?
No? I'm good with it.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department, office furniture and equipment, 401-25-265-300, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
The second.
Discussion?
What do we
would
get?
this- Yeah, what would this be for?
So our printer in our new radio room is a little out of date. We're looking into replacing that this year to be a combination printer and fax machine, as we currently don't have a fax. And secondly, we need to finish outfitting our bunk rooms, which we started doing with last year's budget. And would like to finalize it this year.
May I also add to that, Council President, that the police department has moved one of their radios over there, and that's taking up space where they would need furniture to handle, you know, the police dispatch radio. This fails, they'll be moving there.
The backup radio?
Yeah,
The
yes.
EMS bill?
Yeah, the firehouse has always been a backup
Correct.
dispatch center. So they are outfitted with a new radio. But that, those expenses will be for us.
Wouldn't they be under the radio expense or no?
No, the radio expense was part of something else I moved last year.
Yeah, Mike, I think most of that is under the police budget,
The new.
the backup,
Yeah.
the new ESP.
Any other discussion? You good, Ms. Rowland? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department radio expense, 401-25-265-360, 9,000 requested, 9,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? What is this for, Mr. Billies or Chief, whatever?
So the radio expense line covers all of our portables, mobile radios, and it also is a line that covers our pagers that all of our members carry. So the the 9,000, it realistically covers the replacement of one portable. And in the event that nothing happens to a portable, we are upfitting or re-outfitting our members with newer updated pagers. As some of the pagers that our members have are out of date, we can't get replacement batteries or any replacement parts for them.
So last year, are we missing a bill, Mr. DiCarlo, or was that the full spend, 7,500, approximately 7,500?
Not that I'm aware of.
That was the final spend.
We bought pagers at the end of the year. So it's an item that we like to hold on to the amount until later months, because like you said, if the portable breaks, you have to replace it. That eats up the whole 9,000. Each portable that we carry now is about 11,000.
Roughly.
Yeah. So this doesn't even cover the full expense of the portable if needed.
What's the lifespan
Oh, the
on a
portable?
portable?
Well, honestly, we'll get about 15, 20 years out of these.
Okay.
So do you have a sort of a proactive replacement schedule as opposed to waiting for it to break, and if it doesn't break, let's buy pagers? So, I would imagine the communication is probably one of the most important things that you do.
Right, yes.
With each other. So, we're certainly looking, as you know, to cut expense, but at the same time, I think we should also be proactive in understanding what your expense and the useful life of your equipment is. So, if not this year, is it something we should consider or, work on this year for next year's budget in looking at these pagers, these portable radios, and if there's something that needs to be done more proactively for the replacement rather than, someone dropping it or being damaged in the line of a call.
Right, so we, I believe, have maybe like 15
Sixes?
no left, like of the 4 and 5s.
Oh, yeah, roughly off the top of my head, about 19. The best thing I can sum this up with is that, so Motorola makes pagers, they come in minute 4 or 5, they started at 1, and they're up to minute 6. The 6s have been out now for about 9 years. We slowly purchased some of them because, our 5s and 4s still work, they still activate. The problem that we're having is that they don't make batteries for them anymore. You can't get batteries, you can't get replacement parts for them. So the 4s are pretty much, they're paperweights. The 5s, that guys that still have them, battery still works, it's still working, but if it stops working, I have nothing to give them. So that's why we're looking to upgrade everyone to getting into a 6, because right now that's the current model for Motorola. We need to purchase more this year, and we should be able to complete our department this year with the minute 6. But as the chief said, if one does break or if a radio does break of some sort, you need to have money there to be able to fix it, instead of coming to you guys for emergency appropriations.
Please keep in mind that, these portable radios are now working on the new county channels.
Correct.
Where our old radios,
Don't work on it.
they don't work on it. So we actually migrated to the county channels with these new radios that function 100% a lot better than what we had.
So to answer part of that question was, the portables are fairly new. That was part of that county
Yes.
upgrade. So it should last us a while. I don't think we need to set a plan yet to start replacing them.
Okay.
So I think we're okay in that.
I guess, I think what Mr. Allman, last time we both sat up here, we ended up having to buy 100 packs in one shot, right? Because they were all being not certified anymore. So trying to avoid that happening again, right? So
That was a while ago.
yeah, I would say the last time we sat up here, that's what happened. So yeah, so we want to just avoid that, right? I think that's so.
Well, at one time, we had a running fund, and if we didn't use it, it would be in that line item.
Right.
So when you needed it, and that's something I think you know, every year it's radios, whether it's police, fire, whoever. So
They're very
that might,
important,
they're super important, no doubt about it. So maybe we should have a fund set away somewhere where if we're going to fund it and we don't need it that year, it goes towards the next year when one or two does break. That would be the smart way to do it instead of just doing 9,000 every year. So
Yeah, maybe next year we think about that.
that's addition, you know, a rainy day fund for communications since they're so expensive.
Can I ask the 6,100 last year, approximately how many sixes did that buy?
Where are you reading 6,100?
Oh, they don't
It's
have
on the
the
order
rate.
trail. There's a line for monitor or whatever, Motorola, 6 pagers for 6,100.
Last year we bought don't quote me on this, I think it was 14 pagers and 11 portable batteries.
Yes, well, it looks like there's a big battery line. And how many of the, is it 4, level 4?
Fives, level fives he's got remaining. How many level fives do you have remaining?
Level 5, roughly about 19. But I still have 4s in service as well.
And how many of those?
Without having my spreadsheet in front of me, maybe on the safe side of, like I'd say anywhere between 4 to 7.
So you got like 26 remaining to be put to the 6s.
Roughly, yes.
And I'm sorry, just one last question. What's the approximate life of one of these pages, assuming it's not damaged?
I've had, yes, same as the radio. I've had this pager now for, what was this?
Was that a 4?
This is the 6.
Oh, okay.
This is the 6. So I've had this pager now since, let's see, Pete Adams' year, when we bought 6, 7 years. So this is 7 years right now. You know, and it will go until, you know, they stop making batteries. It's pretty much usually the batteries that go, and we buy replacement batteries as much as we can. We also bought we bought spare batteries for these as well last year. So as soon as they stop making batteries is when you're kind of stuck where you have to buy new pagers.
Yeah, that's the first thing that goes on is the batteries.
So, I mean,
And you know what, they get you out, they have to get repaired.
Yeah, no, that's
it's just, I would, I mean, I don't know if it's a priority, but I would prefer to see us fund this a little stronger.
And buy more pagers, so we get rid of the old 4s, yeah.
But if the 4s are working, right? They're
Well,
working.
the problem with the 4s, and he's correct.
We said
I
they
have a
weren't as
4.
reliable as the 4s, right?
The button on the top is shot. If I take my pager out of the yard, it dies out. So I have to keep
We
it
want
charged.
to we want to add it up to buy 7 more 6s to get rid of all the 4s and call.
Well, if they bought 16 last year for 6,100.
Yeah. We need to buy 27, right? Is that what we're
14 last year.
14?
14 last year.
14.
For 6,100, you said?
I'm just saying maybe,
About $600 each, and there's a waiting period. I'm still waiting on them, just so you know. We put that order in back in July.
We don't even have them yet.
We don't even have them yet. There's about almost a year waiting list on this from Motorola.
So even if we put the extra money in there, it's not going to matter. They're not going to get them for another year.
The other one's that.
well, I mean, okay. We could leave it as is. I just think that.
I think you're right.
As
We
we
can get off
go
28.
through the rest of this, we should think about,
Bumping this up.
you know, maybe proactively retiring some of those older ones.
Yep. Is that the game plan this year, Chief? To retire the 4s when those 6s come in?
So we make a motion for 6,000?
No, for 9,000.
9,000? No, it's 9,000. Do you want to bump the 9,000 up?
That's what.
What about, we'll do 12,000, 3,000. That you bought 3,
I'm okay with that.
6 bought 14,
Yeah.
so 3 will buy 7.
Yes, that's 21. Almost get you all 6s.
Yeah,
Is
so.
everybody okay with Mr. Holman making that 12,000?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holman.
But I would just like to say that understanding you wait a good period of time before, in the event that one of the portables goes down, that we do use it in its entirety for.
To buy it, to get rid of the 4s and get 6s. So we have a motion from Mr. Ullman to increase line 360 to $12,000, and Ms. Velez asked for
I asked for
3,000.
that.
Yeah, so 12,000 plus 3,000 for this line item, making it 12,000. Roll call.
So you have me confused. Who you want to put down as a motion? Mr. Ullman? or
Mr. Ullman, Mr. Ullman,
And Ms.
Ms.
Velez is
Velez,
going
yeah.
to
Add
second
the
it.
3,000, yeah. Mr. Ullman wanted to add more, but Ms. Velez
Did the math.
did the math.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department Dispatch Services, 401-25265-365, 2,200 requested, 2,200 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can you explain what that is exactly?
Yeah, so dispatch services covers our I'm responding system, is a secondary notification system for all of our members.
Is this contractual, Chief?
Yes. Right now, the last contract was the 1-year contract, so I have to renew in August.
So it should be under the 22 we're hoping?
Ballpark, yeah. But it also encompasses a second system we have called Codes. It's developed by a fireman up in Mawa. It is used for credits, logging, and it is now New Jersey State NIFRS compliant, which is where we have to send our reports to every year. I think I could.
I'm okay.
Any discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
That second system goes into dispatch?
Yeah, because, so the way it works is when we get dispatched from the police department, it actually will send a CAD incident through to our tablets. And that is going to be the way we, going forward, record our calls rather than paper copies.
Like at 7:33 this evening when Mr. Sears' telephone went off.
No, it didn't.
That's that system.
Can you actually understand it now? Because I remember last time I was on council and you get that call, it was legible. Is it audible? Is it audible?
Yeah.
Because I know on your phone it was like just gargled.
Sometimes there's some interference, but we have corrected.
Got it
that
better.
issue. Yeah.
Good. That's good to hear. Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Roll call.
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department Training, 401-2526370, 2,000 requested, 2,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
What's,
We have no training last year because we spent little money.
So I'll answer that question. We had scheduled, we wanted to do a boat class with their new boat and get all of our members trained how to use it properly. Unfortunately, the U.S. Coast Guard, the only class I could get was in January, and as Mr. DiCarlo told us that we couldn't use 23's budget for a class that was being held in 24. So we lost that money pretty much. That's really what it came down to. It was scheduling conflict.
So we got to take that this year?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So I have the quote here from the U.S. Coast Guard.
when will that class be?
As soon as I get a budget.
Oh, okay.
It's $50 a student, roughly 25 students, it's $1,250 right there.
Okay.
And then,
It was tentatively scheduled for last year and they canceled the provider.
I'm just saying I don't want it to happen again where it's in January of 25.
Too cold for boat training in
Well,
January.
These guys are
That one training alone was approximately $1,300.
Yeah, you just said it was $50 a person, so, okay. Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on this item?
What other training?
I keep saying Campo. Captain Champo. We have him come in and give a tower ladder operations class. That's where you see the $375. He has many different classes that he teaches. He's very informative. We were hosting when we had other Valley towns find out that we were doing, and they were calling us if they could get into our class. So that is definitely going to happen again this year as well.
Okay, great. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Owen,
I'm going to take your seat then.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Okay.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department, uniform and safety equipment, 401-25-265-400. 12,000 requested, 12,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Why did we spend less last year?
Last year's expenses were not up to the 12 due to us running out of time and spending our budget. We were told we were frozen out come December. We were trying to spend a little more. Didn't work in our favor. So we do have a few things already in line that we're looking to get done this year. On top of having to outfit, I believe we have 4 members that we have to get new members that need dress uniforms.
Is there a reason we closed them out in December, Mr. Corcoran?
Sorry?
Is there a reason we didn't let them expend some money in December? Or is there a reason for that?
To be honest with you, I'm not really familiar with this, Council President Senator. I would have to look into this more.
Do you mind asking a question again? I was jumped ahead.
The fire department said that they were locked out of the system in December and not able to make purchases in December. So
What was it?
the initial question is, why didn't we spend the full amount in the budget? And the response was they were locked out of spending money in December.
They weren't locked out, but at certain increments, we start reducing spending without approval. And then by December 15th, it's no spending unless it's an emergency.
Okay, that's understandable.
So you have a need or an expectation that the 12,000 will be utilized?
Yes.
Any additional discussion?
No.
Mr. Coleman, you good?
Yeah. Yes.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department, oxygen and fire extinguishers, 401-25-265-410. 1,200 requested, 1,200 recommended. Motion?
So move.
I'll second. Any reason we only spent half the budget last year and we're asking for more this year?
The increase this year is us having to pay for the inspection of our hood system in our kitchen.
It should be there. It should be there.
It should be there. I believe it was taken out
I
of.
can actually explain that one. They actually literally just sent me the signed PO last week, so it hasn't, that hasn't been paid yet.
The hood,
The reliable fire protection literally just sent me the signed PO last week, so that's why it hasn't hit this sheet.
also, there's a 2023 expense missing on the sheet.
Of like $618.
So that would get you closer to $1,000.
Yes.
The fire department can't expect their own fire
Yes.
safety?
Not the fire, not the kitchen hood, the whole Ansel system and the kitchen hood that we have, you need a certain license for to inspect it.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. ESB building maintenance, 401-25-265-450. Maintenance bond ending September 23rd, 2024. 15,000 requested, 15,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So
Second.
Discussion? How come we went over budget last year by so much?
So I'll answer that. We had to end up starting to pay for elevator maintenance. We had to pay for generator maintenance between the two of them. It accounts for almost $5,000. We also had to do the air permit, which was $905. That won't have to be paid this year. I believe it's a 5-year permit, but we will be on the hook for the elevator expense and the generator expense. And as you know from my note, come September 24th, we're no longer under the maintenance bond. It's a big building. It is a new building, but we have no idea what we might be, responsible for now that the bond is over.
Have we asked the architect to come in and do a full review before the maintenance bond expires so we can make sure that there's nothing of any magnitude that is not caught before the maintenance bond expires?
Yes, I spoke to them. They're coming in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
Is the, just hold on 1 second. Oh, the AC and heater maintenance is in there?
Yes.
generator too?
Yes, he said,
No, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
he said the generator and the elevators in there.
Oh, okay. I heard elevator. This is generator. Okay.
Any other discussion?
I'm okay with the 15.
Good.
Does this handle the ambulance corps part of the building also, Mr. DeCarlo, or is this?
Oh, yes, this entire building.
This is the full building, so
Yes.
we're not gonna get,
No,
okay.
full building.
The price is the whole share of the whole building.
I wanna make sure we're not getting like half and half, but you deal with your part.
And we did pay for the hood inspection, or there's a line for the hood inspection from last year. It's just, looks like it's in this line, not in the other line.
It may have been made out of a different line, and the idea was to put it in this line where it belongs.
Okay.
It's showing as open, just so you know, and I guess it was reliable fire protection. Is that sound right? So kitchen inspection, fire hood, and then system service. It was all part of the same PO from August 31st.
Yes. Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
Just, what happened, what are we doing with our garbage? Because we stopped.
So we
paying.
were able to save money. We used to be paid Boldo, but we purchased our own, what do you call those? I know, but it's like, how big is it? Yeah, there's two of them.
Yes.
So it's garbage for the whole entire building, and now our DPW dumps the garbage, so we saved money there. As you can tell, it was almost $400 a month. Yay. Thank you, Ms. Flood. Compliment once in a while would, go a long way.
Roll call. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Allen.
It's just, I mean, we have, I guess the question I have is, and somewhat rhetorical, is we have generator maintenance, AC maintenance, elevator maintenance. What else are we anticipating? It's a brand new building. I guess in response to the maintenance bond ending, is there maintenance that they're doing, that the builder is doing now, or is there anything being done by the builder that?
No, these maintenance agreements for like the generator has nothing to do with the maintenance bond or the whaling and ives that we have for the systems. As you can imagine, they're huge systems. And they come in and they service them once in the fall, once in the spring. The generator has 4 servicings throughout the year, with one of the 4 being a major component where they change the oil and everything. It's all requirements that we need. As you can imagine, the Otis elevator for the elevator inspection to make sure that's working properly. So between the 3 things, you're looking at like $8,000, a little bit more than $8,000 for them. But nothing to do with the contractor or anything wrong that the contractor did. It's all,
No, it's all.
yeah, we do the same thing here. We have a generator here, We have the elevator here, and then we also have the maintenance agreement with Whalen and Ives. And doing so gives us access to a cheaper half-hourly rate by having the agreement with Whalen and Ives.
So I would recommend, given the fact that there's almost $2,000 in Boldo expenses that aren't going to recur, that we lower the 15,000.
We'll just respectfully remember now, come September, we don't know what will happen with the building. So that's, anticipation.
I appreciate that, but I'm also hoping that after such a lengthy and expensive build, that we won't have to
Do
deal with.
you want to put it back to the 2023 amount, Mr. Ullman? Is that what your motion is?
Well, I would,
The 13,000?
I would take 10% off to 13.5.
13,500?
That's my motion.
Council President, if I may, just one more stab at this. You asked at the beginning why we went over budget, and that's with having a maintenance bond. So if you reduce it down to 13,000, that is a humongous building.
13,500, yes.
13.5, I'm asking for 15. I think it's more than reasonable for a humongous building like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Mr. Ullman's made a motion to reduce this line 450 to 13,500. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So we're reducing it $1,500. Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
I would like to say no, but I have to recuse myself.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes. I'm sorry. No, sorry.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department equipment purchases 401-25-265-490. 5,000 requested, 5,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? What equipment purchases are we looking at for 2024?
We're looking to replace all of our outdated water gear.
Okay, for the new boat,
For the new boat, PFDs, safety helmets, life vests. And that off the bat is about 3,600.
So that's a big dent into the 5,000. I don't have any issue with the 5,000. Does anybody have any issue with the 5,000?
I'll second your 5,000.
Now we have Councilman Casio and Councilman Sears.
Yeah, we're
We're in
discussing.
roll call.
I was
Okay,
making my-
discussing,
yeah.
okay.
We were just discussing. I was okay with it. Mr. Ullman, any discussion?
No.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department miscellaneous 401-25-265-500, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Any reason we went so far over budget, Mr. DeCarlo, or?
I'd have to look, sir.
Is this the line where getting paint and stuff like that? And
Yeah, it's kind of just that broad line that allows us to get anything that we might need that doesn't encompass one specific line.
Printing ink, physicals, safety equipment, inspections.
Cell phones are hooked up to this too.
Clean food.
Should Verizon bills be on here, Mr. DeCarlo, or is that or Mr. Corcoran, or is that the rest of them make sense, but I don't know about the Verizon.
It's reversed out, I think. If you look, there's three lines. It goes 1,500, 1,233, 1,233, back to 1,500.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a correction that we made when we did our review. I think you guys exceeded for your medical line, and I think you had to take.
It looks like we have to go over on physicals every.
Right.
That's
That's
just
what
a
we
matter
use for
of a lot of physicals last
miscellaneous.
year.
Yep.
Yeah, $280 a physical.
Yeah, 2 physicals in there. Three. Yeah, three.
We got 3 already this year.
Yeah.
Is that just for new members?
New junior members and new full-time members.
So both of them would require, both of them. Anybody new is going to require it.
Yes.
Are we expecting it? We really don't know how many people are going to join, right? That would almost be time to add somebody to
We are
this.
expecting another one, so that'll bring it to 4 this year already.
You have 4 new members already.
We have 3 physicals that already took place in 2024, right?
Yeah.
So that's $1,200. That's,
Well, there's a line for physicals, so we could look at that and bump it up if necessary.
oh, okay, because they're billing physicals to this line, so is that a charge to
No,
this line?
not to that line, but I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, well, that's why we were saying this line went over, because you had physicals got charged to this line. So, the miscellaneous line.
We probably went over, we encumbered all our physical line.
Oh, and
There's
then
a
you-
line for physicals.
Gotcha.
And
It's probably part of the control line. They just put it there.
I'm just, yeah.
we do have a good number of younger members that we've had in the last couple of years too. So it's good. It's good to see.
Excellent to see. Oh, yeah, you do have, it's line 000 and later on in 271, so. Any other discussion on this line, gentlemen and ladies?
No.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Ullman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department Inspection and Chief Dinner, 401-25265-560, 10,000 requested, 12,000 recommended. Any motion,
So moved.
Second.
discussion?
I would recommend that we reduce it to 9,000. I motion for 9,000.
You motion for 9,000? Do I have a second? I'll make a motion to keep it at the 10,000 requested.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Yes. We're not accounting for the increase of what all these restaurants are producing for, like 10,000 was great 2 years ago. 10,000 isn't good this year. The food has gone up, and as everybody knows, the last expense was quite high from the normal place we do go to. And the second place that we're looking at, it was just as high as the place we're going. 2,000 is,
Well, their requested amount was 10, Mr. Sears, so that's what we're giving.
but I think the projective was that we should compensate for the increase of services that these restaurants are giving us, food-wise. But that's all I have to say.
Council President, may I make a comment since I increased it over their ask?
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
I did because they're too proud to ask for an increase in that line, but I feel it's well-deserved. They're all volunteers.
Absolutely.
They put in a lot of time. As we all know, we've been to their event many times. It's excellent event for the town to show its appreciation. If we ever had to go to a paid service, this 2,000 would be a drop in the bucket. And so that was my reasoning to increase it from what they requested to the 12,000 I recommended.
This line also covers 2 dinners. We do plan on going back to an inspection dinner this year. We haven't had it because of the construction.
Oh,
We couldn't use the room last year until the CMO was complete, and
Oh, that's the one you
This is
said.
a two-dinner line.
So that was the one you had upstairs years ago. that-
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the plan in May, I believe. To happen again.
So just to be clear, in the past, the 10,000 was just for the chief's dinner.
No, it covered both.
Both dinners.
I'm saying for 2023, it was just a chief's
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah.
Okay.
But 22,
Which, you know, the rest of the funding, which is more than double that, comes out of our general funds. So that I believe our president spoke here at a council meeting recently stating that, you know, we sell Christmas trees. The money that we make at Christmas trees goes right into that dinner. And it's,
And we all know how the economy is going and the fundraising is not coming in like it used to be.
I mean, I'll motion for the 12,000. I didn't realize initially that it's now two separate dinners, so I'll motion for the 12,000.
I'll second that.
any discussion?
Is your motion on the floor still for 10?
I have a motion.
Well, I'll take back my second.
So I do not have, well, I put a motion out for 10, Ms. Velez seconded it, but now she's taking it back.
Yes, I didn't realize it
I'll
was two
second.
dinners.
You'll second the
I'll
10?
second the 10.
Can we split it 11? How do you gentlemen feel about that?
I'll motion for Ms. Velez's.
We'll go
I'll
11.
go with 11.
You'll go with 11?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'm okay with that.
Well, it looks like a roadmap.
Yes, it does look like a roadmap, but
Right, so.
so the new motion is,
There's
Ms.
11.
Velez,
On the-
Ms. Velez
Yep.
motioned it, Dr. Casio seconded it.
Yep.
Any discussion on the 11? Roll call?
Okay. Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
I'll recuse myself.
Councilman Oman?
No.
I can't.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President
I have to
DeSena?
go to the
Yes.
doghouse.
Fire Department Hardware and Parts, 40125-265-620, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended.
So moved.
Just gonna ask for a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
That's still probably going to eat to that pretty quick, so I think that's a fair amount.
Yeah, maybe
It looks
consistent.
where it's consistent with what they usually spend.
Yeah.
Any
COVID's
other
really
discussion?
dropped.
Mr. Ullman, anything? Roll call?
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena?
Yes. Fire Department Clothing Allowance, 40125-266-000, 47,500 requested, 47,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, it was, a little bit less last year. We got have bills in, or we had less members, or
So we have to budget that line as if every member is going to make their percentage at the end of the year.
okay.
So this is the max that we can spend if everybody makes their requirements.
Pretty close, yeah.
So it's basically a contractual amount, because if every member met their requirements, this is what you'd have to spend. Any further discussion?
I'm okay
Is
with
it-
it.
Every every active member, or the amount that you're allowed to have by do you have a cap on your membership?
There might be a cap, but we're not near it. And junior members do not get clothing allowance. That doesn't include them.
The old cap was 65 members.
And what are we currently at, Chief?
That was back in,
48.
yeah,
That's
and I think that's been in the bylaws forever.
that 65 is the max.
Active members.
Yeah. Any other discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Roll call?
65 active.
Councilman Casio?
Yes.
Councilman Sears?
I recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Oman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire preventive maintenance trucks, 401T5267 000, 7,500 requested, 7,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So, second.
Discussion?
Just, where are these on their life cycle? The trucks?
Two of the trucks are from 2005. The two newer trucks are on a service plan
Yes.
for 5 years. So they're the engine 44 still has another year, I think, after this. 41, Power 41 has another 3 years after this. And the other two trucks, the reason that they increased to 7,500, there are items on, I believe, the rescue truck that needs, it's already, scheduled to be worked on. So a lot of this money is spoken for, and everything just keeps going up.
So the two engines from,
The engine and the rescue are 2005. Engine 43 and rescue 40. We have two engines, a ladder, and a rescue truck.
okay,
And a utility truck.
those 43 and 40 that came on in 2005. So this year, they're 20 years old. So have we started, or have you started the process of thinking about replacement?
That was a thought.
So it has been discussed between the chief and I and a couple of the other officers. We reached out to some of the manufacturers, and what scares us is that they're on a 4-year waiting list. So if you were to buy a truck right now, you're not seeing it for 4 years. So that it kind of scares us a little bit. Hoping to get, a few more years out of the engine 43 before we would have to replace it.
Does that have a shorter life than the rescue?
Yes.
And then towards the end of the prior tower's life, the preventative maintenance bills were, somewhat large, if I recall. Do you foresee that? So Director Billy has mentioned that a lot of this budget is already identified to use. Is 7,000 enough to maintain the truck? Or, I'm sorry.
That's for the preventive maintenance. There is another one for repairs.
So
That's further down. So this is mainly for preventive maintenance, and preventive maintenance, they change the oil, they change the filters, they make a checklist of what needs to be done. That also comes out of there too. Okay.
And also the rescue this year needs a light tower service, which has to be done every 2 years. That's why we asked for the increase of 500.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire department.
I'm sorry, Mike. Just, it sounded like they're still in internal discussions on the replacement or thinking about the replacement of the engine. Is that on the administration's radar to start thinking about?
It certainly is in light of the lead time. Because if you guys think those trucks have another couple of years, but it's going to take 3 or 4 years, I don't know if they're in your future capital plans. I just don't remember offhand. But if they're not, we might want to amend that or certainly put them in for next year.
What we've gone through in the last 3 years, 2 trucks, a new building, I think, this year we tried to.
We appreciate that, Mr.
Because, just with that being said, the same ladder truck that we paid almost 1.5, a year and a half later was 2.2.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're not going down. So it is something that we do need to start taking serious and looking into.
What's an engine go for these days?
Really depends how we spec it out and how the manufacturer to make it work best for us.
Would we buy another 44 or would we buy something similar to 44 with the center console and all that?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, honestly.
Okay.
How much did we pay?
We really have to look into it. So.
I'm saying, well, we basically replace it with a truck similar to 44 that we just bought 2 years ago with the center console, so you're safe when you're on calls and all that.
Yeah, one truck we, is deemed like 43 now is out. We're not using 44 to go out now, we use 43. We'll use the older truck to go out down for mutual aid calls. Way we want 2 engines, no hydrants down there.
Correct, so you need one.
Will we be looking at different manufacturer than what we got now for vehicles?
Yeah, we'll explore every option.
All right, so I guess the mayor's comment, we may have to start looking at the capital for, for 6 years out because, it's going to need a deposit. So, that's the problem. They're going to want money before they put it into production, even though it's going to take them 4 years. So.
Yeah, we usually have to buy the chassis early in the game.
There are some slow workers over there.
Yeah. Well, because of COVID, right?
And Mike, I just.
We'll do our research and maybe revisit this next year's.
Okay, that's fine.
Fire hose pump.
Mike, may I just make a quick comment?
Yeah.
Director Bilius, I appreciate what you said about the department, but let me say, I don't look at it as the department. The town owes its residents fire protection. The building and the equipment you're talking about were way past their useful life. So I don't want you or your members to ever think that you're costing the town. The town, owes that to the volunteer members to have a current building and current equipment.
Thank you.
I think it was more a mental break for us.
Yes, okay.
No electric fire truck, please.
Lithium batteries? We're good.
Just the one thing I would say is rather than waiting to the next budget cycle, is it something you could look at for like September? I mean, I guess that is the next budget cycle, but, come in September or October with some thoughts on it?
Absolutely, we can definitely do that.
We can get a committee together and then especially after September, which is the convention.
Yeah, you can look at it.
We can look and see what they're known for,
Okay.
who has what.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Again, since that would be a capital purchase, we don't necessarily have to wait for the operating budget. If you get a good buy on one down there, bring it to the council, bring it to me. If, we have to address it off budget cycle, I think it's something we would consider.
Yeah, the one truck jumped,
Oh, they're all-
700,000 already?
In a year and a half.
In a year and a half.
It's crazy.
Then, I mean,
That's why it's important to look at different manufacturers.
Yeah.
that's crazy, 700,000.
Fire hose pump and ladder testing, 401-25267-001, 5,500 requested, 5,500 recommended.
So moved.
Second, any discussion?
Yeah. One question, just from 2020 to 2021, it went up almost double. Is that because we're testing two things
There
or
were 2 separate lines, I believe.
Oh.
One was hose, one was ladder.
we combine them?
They got
Yeah.
combined.
Gotcha.
Also, the increase this year is.
Is this contractual, Mr. Bilius? Is this roughly a contractual amount?
Yeah.
There's only one company that does it, right?
The bucket ladder has to get
Certified.
certified, and there's only one company available to us to do it.
Okay.
So basically, it's a four.
So the 5,500 is basically going to pay the bill, the invoice, the quotes you got.
Yeah.
Any further discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
No, I'm
Roll
okay.
call.
I'm okay.
Excuse me. Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bedlatz,
Yes,
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department turnout gear, 401-25267-003, 25,000 requested, 25,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Discussion?
How many sets
Yeah, how many?
of turnout gear is that?
Roughly.
Roughly, 5.5.
And do you rotate that through the entire?
NFPA requires us to replace gear on a 10-year basis. Every 10 years, you need to get a new set of gear. So we have a list on the computer at the firehouse of who's coming up for what years, and even as simple as our chief's coats, they have to be replaced. Helmets have to be replaced. Everything is 10 years.
So this 25. No, understood, but it's.
It's a static number every year, pretty much based on your replacement schedule.
We do our best to, space everybody out. And new members too, if you come on and you're doing gear as a probationary firefighter, you have an old set of gear, not old, we'll give them a 9-year-old set of gear that fits them. Then they have to get outfitted with their own. So we mix new members in with the replacement of older.
Oh, that makes sense, okay.
But this cadence keeps it current. There's no need to do a large capital purchase.
No.
For
If we keep this cadence.
No, we're getting to a point where we are able to keep newer gear in for what-if scenarios. I was in a fire, my gear is soaking wet, and I need another set of gear to go to another call. I can grab another set with it still in day. I have 3 juniors that are in the academy right now. The academy requires us to send them with gear that is still good. Like the days of setting them up there with ripped gear anymore are over. So I have gear that I can give them to go to the academy. Everybody is a different size these days, some larger like myself, some skinnier, so all the gear that fits everyone,
It's not one size fits all.
Yeah, you can't buy a universal size.
And I know you hate hearing this, but the price of it is going up. Last year there was an increase, and I was told already this year that this is going to be an increase.
Wow.
We're doing with smoking mirrors. Yeah.
Any further discussion?
And in the past, it wasn't like this. One year, we spent almost $60,000 on it, and we decided to rotate it, so it works pretty well. So.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman
I'm
Owen,
entitled.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire stop pack compliance, 401-25268-000. 3,000 recommended, 3,000 requested. I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Is there a reason for the big increase? Are we doing more this year? Or?
Yeah, so the Scott Pack compliance line covers our yearly flow testing of our Scott packs, and it is also used for the hydro testing of our Scott bottles. And this year we had, I forget the exact number, we had 29 Scott bottles that needed to be hydro tested, which has to get done every year. Or, I'm sorry, every 5 years. And we have I have a calendar set up.
But they had to be, they were done the first month of the year. They need to get done.
Gotcha.
Or they can't refill.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse.
Councilman Owen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire internet, 401-25268-003. 3,300 requested, 3,300 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
What were you using previously?
So this line covers the data service for our iPads, which run our IM responding system and also code system.
And those are recent acquisitions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were purchased when we moved into the new building.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Owen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire hydrant service, 401-25270-000. 149,500 requested, 149,500.
We can do there.
Yeah, recommend.
That's an
Is
exact
this-
number,
Is
Councilman.
this exact from the audio?
Yeah, it's not in their operating. And then the fire department's operating this.
Do I have a
is
motion?
Veolia number.
So moved.
Veolia.
Second.
Any discussion? This is a Veolia number, so we don't have a
Yes.
choice. Have they completed replacement of all the out-of-service hydrants that are all over town for this cost?
I don't know. I can check. I don't know.
Because I know last time when I was on council, there was numerous fire hydrants that were marked as, not in service. And we said, we're paying maintenance on them, and a lot of them got replaced, including the ones on Beach Street. I know that. Mr. Sears saw that, but I don't know if there's any others anywhere in town that the fire department knows of or residents know of.
But
that we should get.
usually they send out an alert to the chief, the fire department.
Do we know that any right now?
I think there's one that's the last.
Yeah.
Can we get that to Mr. DeCarlo so he can reach out to Veolia if it is still out of service? It's my pet peeve. We're paying for it and they're not,
Absolutely.
I don't want to end up like Ridgewood and get to a fire and you can't get the hydrant open, right? So, roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire Department physicals, 401-252-71000, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
So
Any discussion?
getting back to that other line that we talked about.
Well, they're almost out of money already.
Yeah.
You're almost out of money here because you have 4 already, right?
We max that out every year. We go into miscellaneous or we pull it from someplace else.
I'd make a recommendation. We increase this to 3,000.
I'll second that.
Can you second it?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, okay.
Just can't vote.
Any discussion?
So we're anticipating they're 250 each, right?
They've already done 4 already, so they're almost out of money.
Close to 300. They're
280.
280, yeah, 280. Yeah, I forgot the members.
They're saving us money.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Recuse myself from voting.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Length of Service Awards, LoSAP, 401-252-72000, 95,000 requested, 95,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? This is a contractual amount if everybody meets their LoSAP requirements?
Correct.
So just towards the end of last year,
Yeah, I remember that.
there were discussions. Was it related to LoSAP or the clothing allowance?
Clothing allowance.
Clothing allowance.
Okay.
So did the LoSAP payment not get made, Mr. DeCarlo? Because,
Not by the time this
oh,
was
it's
printed
made
out.
now,
Yeah,
so
it's got to be published, I think, for 30 days. And has it since been?
I think it's over 30.
It's due in April usually, or the following year. That's why it's only showing 2,000. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I spoke to the person who handles this, and they're usually due in April of the following year. That's why it's only showing.
I just want to make sure it was paid, that's all.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Councilman Casio.
Yes.
Councilman Sears.
Recuse myself.
Councilman Oman.
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez.
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes, I would like to thank you, gentlemen, for attending tonight. I know it's late.
Council President, a little premature.
Why?
I know you're hoping.
No, they're done.
Did you want to do their vehicles and tires?
Where is it? Ah, I missed it. I'm at
44.
44, 45.
All right, I thought,
Good try.
Nice try.
Mike, I have a couple of questions.
on which?
Well,
Oh.
it's not on vehicle and repairs, so can I?
Oh, absolutely. Well, can we just go through it all and then we'll ask at the end if that works? So we're on page 44, vehicle maintenance, fire vehicles, tires, 401-263-15002, 1,500 requested, 1,500 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
What page was it?
We're on bottom, the last line on page 44, the bottom line.
I'll save some time. Last year, we requested 6,000. This year, we requested 1,500. Last year, we had to replace one of the trucks completely with tires. It's another item that times out after
7 years.
Every 7 years, you have to change the tires. This year, we don't have any,
So that's why we reduced
any
it
big
just,
truck tires.
so this is for a blowout or an emergency tire repair.
Exactly.
Maybe one of the Chiefs vehicles needs this year.
We left 15 just for the price of the tires needed for the trucks.
That's what I had.
Any discussion, ladies and gentlemen?
No.
Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Fire vehicles, equipment and repairs, 401-26-315-005, 25,000 requested, 25,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Do you find it was?
Yeah, but you know, just,
Is this the result of the PM reviews?
Correct.
For the most part?
And any other repair that's needed.
And also equipment repairs. So any four gas meters, saws, anything like that comes out of that line item as well.
Does it include expendable, like blades and all that kind of stuff? or
No, that comes out of hardware and parts.
Okay, that comes out of hardware and parts, okay.
But we, as it, like, right now, I have right here that I have to submit to Tina, $1,910 for ESI. That's our Hamacho jaws to get their preventative maintenance done.
Gotcha.
And there was also stuff from last year that we didn't get to fix. So we went through the PM list, the knock list, and made sure all the important things got done. There were some things that didn't get done, and just because we ran out of money in that line item, so we're just like, we'll wait till next year to get those done next year.
Okay. Any further discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes.
Did you want to do gasoline?
What's that? Where's gasoline?
57.
Mr. Carlo wants to keep you here.
Keeps adding pages.
Get our money's
At
worth.
least he passed up on electric and gas.
No, that was my next one, but
Once you go past, you can't go back.
Fire Department gasoline/diesel, 401-31460-002. 6,000 requested, 6,000 recommended. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Ms. Velez motioned. It's on the second line up from the bottom on page 57.
You go to the county to?
Yes, got it.
So there's a contractual guess. We're estimating how many gallons we're getting, but we have a price from the county, correct?
Correct.
So it's Councilman Sears and Councilwoman Velez?
Yes.
6,000 is what you're talking.
Yep. Any discussion? Roll call?
Councilman Casio,
Yes.
Councilman Sears,
Recuse myself.
Councilman Omen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez,
Yes.
Council President DeSena.
Yes. Are we done now, Mr.
do you want to do their energy consumption, their natural gas and their
Let's
electricity?
throw it.
No, that's not,
Okay.
that's a town expense.
Then you are finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ullman had questions. I'm sorry.
Just, do you have to test the bailout gear? Is that a requirement?
The members have to recertify and mail out, but we don't test the actual equipment itself.
Okay, the equipment does not have to be tested and
Not, as far as I know, I'd have to look, reach out to our,
Once it's used, we have.
Once it's used in a real life scenario, if we had to repel out the window, you are not supposed to use it again.
Does it have a shelf life?
Not that I'm aware of.
What's that?
Not that I'm aware of.
I would have to ask the guy that does our training.
I just want to make, because, I mean, with the New York City firemen, you know, with this lithium ion batteries is craziness. You know, they made national news because they saved, what, 4 people with the bailout gear? So I think if we could find out if it's got a shelf life, that's keep it.
And if it has to be recertified.
And if it needs to be repaired. Hold on, Mr. Shulman's last question, John, please.
I'm listening. The cleaning of the bunker
We
here,
were talking about religion.
Zach,
In-house.
there's no expense to it?
So water.
Okay. And then just the Scott packs. So when in my prior, we had these big expenses that we capitalized. Do we have a plan for their,
About 5 years ago, I think we started with 10 sets of Scott packs. We each year purchased five sets with it, which had to be purchased with 2 bottles. We just finished purchasing this year, the last 5. So we're good for now.
when do they expire?
Roughly 15 years. So we got to go another 10 or 11 years before we have to consider starting to replace the first 10.
And the bottles have to be replaced after 15 years. They get hydro every 5 years.
Excuse me. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
there was one period of time, I think we purchased a lot of bottles at one time.
2007.
And that's why we had to get almost 30 of them hydro tested this year.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Shulman, or anybody on the dais?
I just have a request, but go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I was going to say, we have police and DPW scheduled for Wednesday. However, I'll go out on a limb without counting and say they each have more line items than fire does. I'm going to make the suggestion, do you want me to see if one of them is available next week and just do one department Wednesday and one next week? Only because of, the time that it's taking to go through the bigger departments' budgets.
So everybody okay with that?
Well, the request I had is if we're going to look at salaries, as you know, I had originally stated that Tuesdays I was going to be late. Is it possible to either look at salaries on Monday or add an
We need to
additional
rice people if we're
date?
looking at salaries, right? How long is it going to take to rice people?
48 hours.
48.
They would have to get their signed documents back to you by Friday at noon. Do we want to have rice and all that good stuff?
Let's, are we good
can
with
we
the
add
firemen
an additional
so they can go home? We're good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys. Good night.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor's question was, should we move one of the departments to Monday night? I don't have any objection to that. Do you, ladies and gentlemen, agree? Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
So
I'll check with them and see
whichever one has an easier
Yeah.
chance of moving to Monday
Yeah.
night.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Now, Ms. Velez asked who we were going to start with salaries. So I'd say we start at the beginning of the book and, right? Is everybody okay with that?
Because right now on the agenda, we only have 2 dates left after Wednesday. So,
After this one, yeah, we have
Yes.
Monday too. Well, we're gonna have to set more dates because we got.
well, that's, I'm saying if we
Monday,
could,
Tuesday, have full 3 hours.
Yeah, we have,
At
full-
least,
yeah, we have,
the
no-
4
we
hours.
don't have anything
No
really
other
going on
meeting.
other than,
But that's about it.
so if we're going to do salaries as last, may I request to move the meeting to Wednesday if possible, or address the salaries on Monday?
I don't think you're gonna be able to address all of them on Monday, right? There's a lot to address. And having the department come in. Right?
We have to set more dates as well.
We're gonna have to set more dates, yeah.
And you have to give me names. You can't just make a blanket request to everybody. Sorry to say. And we have to work out.
the rice notices, you can save a lot of time.
But then we can't discuss but then we can't discuss the personnel.
Well, are we doing personnel or are we doing the salary?
Well, they're both interconnected, right? So the minute you start talking to somebody, then we're gonna be in violation of the notice.
So, and explain to me why we're ricing.
Because according to Mr. Pollard, the minute we start talking about somebody coming to work and what days they work and what days they don't work and this and that, it becomes a performance and then we could be sued because we're discussing them without their knowledge.
Okay.
So it has really nothing to do with them themselves. It's just if somebody asks a question, and it goes deeper, and then all of a sudden we get caught that we're violating the Rights Act, and we have a problem.
Because I do have a problem with rising employees. I am working up a package for each employee that might be rice. We'll give him his legal rights to file a complaint against anybody within the township. Also, he will be able to file a EEOC complaint.
Why is that, Mr.?
In case the questions do not conform to his particular job, or we question in his ability to do his job. I don't want any.
Well, that's what the rights notice is for.
I know, and that's why I'm building the package up for these employees to understand that they have rights, that they can file complaints if they feel that.
That's okay.
That's fine.
That if they feel that they're being targeted, they have a legal right to file an internal complaint within the township, and then they also have a legal right to file a EEOC complaint outside of this dais, what they feel could be something that might affect them or something derogatory. And I reflect back to a case years ago. So I'm concerned about, why we're going in this direction. We never did this before.
Yeah, we've done this before.
Well, we raised certain one or two people, but we're not getting into this mass racing, So I want to make sure all our employees understand their legal rights that.
Well, I think that information should come from Mr. Pollard, not you, because I think he's the expert at it.
Well, that's true, but there is stuff within our own code here within the township that I looked up, and it's quite available. So since I feel that we owe a lot to our employees, and putting them through this is not the direction we should go. So.
I don't think it's putting them through this. I mean, even if you're getting promoted, even a promotion, you have to be riced for a promotion. According to the state.
Is there anybody getting promoted?
No, but I'm just saying, you're looking at it as only in a negative aspect, right? But but I'm just saying, in the state of New Jersey, if you are a public employee and you're being promoted, or you're getting a salary adjustment, you need to be riced by the state, according to the laws of the state of New Jersey. Like all these salary adjustments, if you want to follow the true, they all should be riced.
But we haven't followed the true.
But I'm just saying, you're worried about the negative connectivity of it, but
I have to worry about it because the employees are quite upset over this. Whether you feel that or not, they are quite upset over this rights notice, and they feel slighted.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that they understand what their rights are.
By all means, if you think you can handle that.
Oh, it's already handled.
Okay.
If we are just going to be discussing the positions, then why do we need to bring up the individuals, especially since there has
Because
been
you
no.
can't discuss their individual positions since we have it in our packet of what that individual position is and who that person is now, it becomes an issue. So by us creating this new line in our book, when we say this person, right, it now tells you in the book. So somebody could publicly look it up and say, oh, they're talking about, such and such because that's the title. So it's become an issue. Years ago, that list didn't exist. So now, like when you open up this, it tells you who that person is. So
Is this available too, or once the budget is done?
once the budget's adopted, it will be.
So during discussion, that list is not available anywhere, correct?
The budget should not be disseminated with the public. It's an internal document. I know. I've seen articles that people have requested it through Oprah's, and
We've already denied twice.
right? We've
Yes.
denied 2 Oprah's. So
it's not coming from my office, that's for sure.
It shouldn't come from anyone, hopefully anyone,
Exactly.
from any office, and anyone in the dais.
the
Mike, just
budget
a real quick
documents.
comment. Again, I won't take long. I want to say it's been a pleasure working with the council so far on the budget. You've taken reasonable actions on the line items. However, I will say just for the rice notice, to my knowledge, we're the only ones in the Pascack Valley that would rice notice people as part of the budget process. So every other town is able to discuss budgetary things without rice noticing.
Well,
I don't know why we have to be the exception, but
I'm just going
I
by
understand
Mr.
the
Pollard's.
council-
Mr. Pollard has always explained to us, the minute I say, this person,
Right.
I need to tell them that I'm talking about. And
Only
that's,
if you use them by name, correct?
no, even if you give them the title, because
Position?
everybody knows what everybody's position is in town. So the minute we start
Oh.
discussing this position, they're going to say, oh, that's such and such. It's not like we have 700 employees where you're saying, oh, I don't know who that is. It's,
But then I guess I have a follow-up question, because during regular discussions, regular meetings, we've mentioned people's positions, the code official's this, and the code official's that, and we have not riced them.
But we're not
So-
talking, we're asking them to do something. We're not talking about their salary or their job, what
Well,
their job.
you're talking about their job performance. And
No,
it's
we're
the
not.
same thing.
So I'm just
We're not-
trying to
we're not talking about
understand
job.
the difference.
We've stopped ourselves for job performance because we've gotten ourselves into trouble about it, so, I think,
This
Well,
was a
for the
discussion-
record, however this
that?
ends,
This was a discussion at the reorg meeting.
Yep.
When we were discussing the appointment of an individual. And, I guess there was a camp that had a positive view, and there was other individuals who had another view. And we came to the conclusion that we shouldn't be discussing it because it violated their rights. And I think that was pretty clear. So whether we want to or not, whether it's meant to or not, I think it protects the town as well, and it protects, by issuing these notices. So, that's my only point, is that it's almost impossible not to have a discussion. And, it will send us down a path that the protection of the rights notice is required.
Do you guys, Council President, do you know how you will be selecting employees for rice notice?
I believe we will have to have that discussion at the next meeting on Wednesday. We'll discuss it and we'll set who we're going to rice, I guess. Right? 'Cause-
Is that pool of every township employee?
Well, Mrs. Wiskowski said we have to go line by, we have to tell her who she has to write. So I guess Wednesday is
Well,
part
I'm
of
saying
our.
you can't say the blanket. I'm saying you're gonna have to say Daisy
This-
Velez, Tom Sears, you can't just say everybody in the finance department, everybody in the clerk's department,
Yeah.
everybody in administration. That's all I'm saying. You have to name who, because each person gets one and signs off.
So Wednesday we'll have to make that determination, if that's okay.
okay. And
All
then just to circle back, if we could, I'd like to be present for the salary discussion. So I understand we're going to set more dates. Will we do that on Wednesday as well?
Yes, we'll set more dates
And
on
can we
Wednesday. So
set
Miss,
a date of
so
when?
she can advertise.
And the same way that we're deciding to discuss, the different departments on different days, can we also make that determination on Wednesday when salaries will be discussed?
Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay,
We'll say this person would be on this day, this person will be on, we'll have to break it up, so.
okay. Just, I appreciate direction so that we can prepare accordingly.
Council President, would there be any benefit to asking Mr. Pollard to be part of that discussion on Wednesday about the rights notices?
I
would appreciate his opinion.
I don't see why not if he's available.
All right, thank you.
I don't think it's going to change my mind, but I'd like to hear him re-explain it again, because that's how it was explained to me the first time, that we should, to avoid any litigation or, again, it's not negatively, it's not for negative, it's for everything. It's,
I would like just clarity on why we can discuss on regular meetings QPAs and titles and people without names, but then during budget, we can't. So I would like that clarified.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
So move.
I had.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sullivan.
Just Mr. Sears, would it be possible for you to provide to Mr. Pollard your communication to the staff?
Well, I can't communicate to the staff that I know who they are, but I will give him the documentation that I have looked up and researched in the employees' HR handbook, that information. He probably could find it too, but I'll definitely send it off to him.
The only reason I ask is it sounds like it's, to me, it sounds like it's potentially legal advice. And if that is the case, he may have an opinion to guide you on its distribution or the appropriateness, not that you
No,
can or can't.
that's fine. You know, it is in the employees' handbook procedures. It's there. That's how I found it.
Okay.
So, no problem whatsoever.
Anything else, Mr. Ullman?
That's it.
Motion to adjourn?
One last thing, so, I'm sorry, just real quick. The only other thing you had on here was the auditor for 2024. Do you want to talk about that?
We'll move that.
Wednesday night?
No, we'll move it to the next meeting. the next
Wednesday
reg-
night?
No, the
Or
next
regular
next
meeting?
regular meeting.
Thank you.
Mrs. Velez,
Sorry.
motion for the third
I'm
time.
sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
I scrolled, I'm sorry. Good night, John.
So you're